everybody. Welcome back to the Blind Press YouTube and Twitch channels. We've got, wow, it's definitely a manic Monday. Let's just say that. We've got a whole bunch of shit to talk about, and it's gonna take a long time to go through it all, but that's okay. I hope you guys are all ready to sit down and have a coffee with me and watch some crazy shit. And I've got the links to it put in the description, of course. So if you want to check out any of the original things or the original sources of what we're watching, please feel free to click on those links. Hello, Blake Star. Yes, Driving Ape found some copyright-free music. It says for Twitch streamers and stuff, so hopefully I won't get hit if I have it playing. I've put the volume of it down really low, so hopefully while I'm talking and doing videos it won't hit me, and it'll be a nice little background. So I hope it's a good balance. I've got it at about 10%. Let's actually take a quick listen. Let's see how good the balance is. Okay, that's not too bad. That's a nice balance. That's not too bad at all. Yeah, I think that's good. I think 10% volume is sufficient. I think that works nicely. That way now there's no dead air when I have to do a be right back or anything like that. I think that's perfect. I think that's absolutely perfect. So I hope everybody is having a good Monday and that they've got their coffees ready for this Coffeestream nonsense. We have a lot to go through because Illuminati's back. Oz dropped his video, but before we get into that, we've got TV pastors, we've got offensive advertisements, yep. We've got Terrence Howard. We've got a lot. It's gonna take it's gonna be a good long show with lots of interesting things to listen to and react to. So I think we're gonna start with Sunny V2 with his most offensive advertisements ever made. That's gonna be interesting. I would like to see what they're gonna talk about. I don't think I remember if there were like any. Well, maybe the rape whistle one. That was pretty offensive. But let's see.
Would you fly on in for a September 11 deal? What about some cereal to cope with the Boston Marathon bombing?
Whoa! A September 11 sub deal? That's kind of fucked up.
These are the most offensive ad campaigns ever. In 2011, Mexican restaurant Hacienda rented this specific billboard, on which they'd referenced the Jonestown Massacre, where cult leader Jim Jones had killed his entire following by spiking their Kool-Aid with poison. So what did the restaurant's billboard say? We're like a cult with better Kool-Aid, and their drinks were apparently to die for.
Oh shit, that's funny. That's funny. I'm sorry. Maybe it's because I have a dark humor, but that's too funny. Holy shit. We have better Kool-Aid than Jonestown.
Hacienda's VP of Sales and Marketing explained, "Our role is not to be controversial or even edgy. We want to be noticed, and there's a difference. We have a responsibility to advertise with care, and that's why we're pulling this ad. We
Advertise with care, eh? Yep. Sure.
A mistake and don't want to have a negative image in the community, yet this wouldn't be their last controversial billboard." 5 years later in 2016, the restaurant made another reading,
"The best Mexican food this side of the wall,"
which quickly went viral on Reddit, sparking outrage.
Hey, that was good timing. Trump with his wall. These people are brilliant. These people are fucking brilliant, and they've got a pretty funny sense of humor, I have to say.
Really disappointed Hacienda continues to push past what is acceptable for advertising. Not a fan of most of their billboards, but this is just too much. Hashtag take it down. Others showed their support in comments such as this one, yet unlike their previous billboard, Hacienda says it has no plans to apologize for or remove the ads. Their vice-
Why would they? It's funny. I would say the Jonestown one was pretty funny too. We had one in the city we used to live in. It was an oil changing place. It was like one of those little Jiffy Lube shops. I can't remember what the title or what the name of the shop was, but it had a sign on it that said "faster than Chuck Norris." It was brilliant. It was fucking brilliant. It was awesome.
Vice President explained,
"We don't intend to upset anybody, but we do use humor."
And Lee's Discount Liquor applied a similar strategy. Alcohol, it's cheaper than therapy. If alcohol is not the answer, similar strategy. Alcohol, it's cheaper than therapy.
Well, they're not wrong. Even an expensive bottle of whiskey is cheaper than a fucking good therapy session. A good private therapist, they'll charge you like $150 an hour. You can get a pretty good bottle of scotch for that. I don't know.
If alcohol is not the answer, change the question. You look like I need a drink, and perhaps so did the people who tried to get the billboards banned. Take down billboards. If alcohol is not the answer, change the question. You look like I need a drink.
You look like I need a drink. That's funny. These advertisements to me are just funny. They're not offensive. Why are people so offended?
And perhaps so did the people who tried to get the billboards banned. Take down billboards stating Lee's Liquor is cheaper than therapy. The owners of Lee's Liquor has failed to remember the implications of alcohol regarding DUIs, broken families, and when people commit manslaughter. Lee's Liquor owners think this is funny. Take this billboard down.
God damn. People really don't know how to have fun with dark humor, do they? They really just don't understand dark humor, I don't think.
Various comments agreed, such as, "This is irresponsible advertising. You can sell alcohol without crossing this boundary, whereas the humor was liked by others. Hey dude, get a life. It's a very funny sign. I wish we had more signs in Vegas like this. If you don't like the billboard, go back to Utah." Lee's Discount Liquor ran their own billboard controversy poll, which found that 77.2% of people called the ad clever and not offensive, yet this didn't stop a mandate to take the billboard down.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Of course. All the fucking Maud Flanders of the world had to step in and take over. The Maud Flanderses and the Helen Lovejoys, they had to step in, make things no fun for everybody.
Even worse was a business card shared to Reddit reading, "Are you an alcoholic? We can help," although they weren't offering counseling, but rather an alcohol delivery service.
Okay, that might be a little bit too much. I think that's a little far. Like, the cheaper than therapy, that's kind of funny. You look like I need a drink, that's funny. But are you an alcoholic? We can help. And it's its delivery service, I think that's a little bit too far.
In all seriousness, I assume it's just a bad translation and meant do you enjoy alcohol, we can help, but yeah, really should have run that by a native speaker first. In that very same year,
it's a badly okay.
British supermarket Tesco found themselves in the infamous horse meat scandal, where one of their burgers was found containing 29% horse meat.
Yo, no, not Black Beauty. Why are we eating Black Beauty? No. You can't eat Black Beauty, that's horrible.
Well, only 2 days after the scandal broke, Tesco tweeted it's sleepy time so we're off to hit the hay. So you're at 8 AM for more Tesco tweets, and the replies weren't too pretty. You're hitting the hay? Well, I suppose the poor horses don't need it anymore. Maybe hitting the hay wasn't the best choice of words right now. Plenty of room on the hay now that we've eaten all the horses. Tesco responded by tweeting, I'm terribly sorry. That tweet was scheduled before we knew of the current situation. We never
shit! Did you think maybe you should have gone through your scheduled posts and checked? Hey, do we have any horse-related tweets going out lately? No? Okay. Yes? Okay, let's delete that one.
Intend to make light of it. And in case this wasn't bad enough, Tesco then had to scrap a segment of its latest advert as it was due to include images of a horse. The horse was apparently set to be used in a humorous context, but while Tesco was simply a victim of bad timing, recipe website Epicurious was a victim of bad thinking.
Oh no, what did Epicurious do? I sometimes check Epicurious for recipes. Epicurious, allrecipes.com. Those two sites are pretty good for easy to follow recipes. Even this blindy can do it.
Because after the Boston Marathon bombing, they deposed 2 insane tweets. In honor of Boston and New England, may we suggest whole grain cranberry scones. Boston, our hearts are with you. Here's a bowl of breakfast energy we could all use to start today. The tweets were quickly shared to a media training website which wrote, get your legs blown off by a terrorist? Try these scones. Lose a cherished friend? Maybe this bowl of breakfast energy can help, which then turned into articles.
Wow, Epicurious. How about just not saying anything? 'Cause you're a food website? Blame the French. But seriously, like, how about since you're a recipes website, you not comment on the Boston Marathon bombing, because, that's not your forte.
Articles by Mashed and Business Insider, as Epicurious was labeled by the public, morons, idiots, dickheads, and pathetic. The company responded with a copy and paste apology, leading to more criticism reading, a repeatedly tweeted template apology isn't genuine. It's a form letter. The steady stream of identical tweets does nothing to engage with the audience and express human remorse, but were Epicurious's tweets as bad as Kenneth Cole's? Millions are in uproar in Cairo. Rumor is they heard our new spring collection is now available online, although the uproar had actually come from protests in Egypt, where 846 people were killed.
Oh, Kenneth Cole, as in like the Coles guy. I got it. It's okay.
Kenneth Cole quickly apologized before making the same mistake only 2 years later. In response to the Syrian civil war, he'd tweet, boots on the ground or not, let's not forget about sandals, pumps and loafers, sneakily advertising his new line of shoes.
What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? People think, oh my god. That was after a fucking wedding of civilians got drone struck, you crazy fucker.
On a public billboard, Kenneth mocked the Hudson River crash landing, but at least he had the decency to avoid September 11, unlike this TV commercial by the Worldwide Nature Fund. It began by explaining in 2001, one of the worst tragedies in the history of humanity killed 2,819 people, before showing a bunch of other planes to articulate that in 2005, the tsunami killed 280,000 people. That's 100 times more deaths.
So, They're both tragic. They're both different disasters. One is natural, one is terrorism. I don't think you can really compare those two.
The message of the ad was that our planet is brutally powerful, yet it felt like they were minimizing the severity of 9/11 to highlight a natural disaster that couldn't have been avoided. Not only is the message offensive, but it's scientifically flawed. All the carbon reductions and recycling in the world won't prevent tsunamis.
Nope.
Advertising double fail. The commercial was so offensive the WWF tried to claim it did not authorize its production or publication, yet there was another 9/11 ad that was somehow even worse. It began to circulate in September 2013 and showed a man flying toward 2-foot-long subs, which you could buy for a price of $9.11.
Oh, no way. Oh, no way. Why did I not know about it? Was this because I don't live in the States? Holy shit, that's horrifying.
The ad was captioned with 2 pieces of text. Fly on in for September 11th, and you will never forget this deal. But was the ad actually legitimate? Well, no. It was the work of satirical news site The Onion, which wrote from the structural steel melt on Tower 7 grain bread to the Twin Towers cold cut combo with ground 0 carb vinaigrette on Let's Whole Wheat Roll. We've got something for everybody this September 11.
Jesus Christ, Onion. Holy fuck. I mean, that's funny because it's satire, but Jesus.
Despite clearly being a joke, a man named Travis tried to cash in on the deal, printing the ad to bring to his local Subway, which they unbelievably accepted.
Is that a good coupon or no? It's a good coupon? It's good? Okay.
He and his friend were totally baffled,
Dude, I can't believe they did that.
even showing their receipt to prove they hadn't lied. If the
That's what you get when you get lazy people who don't want to work. The sandwiches are upright like skyscrapers. Back when the Onion used to go hard. Yep. I miss those days. Back when the Onion was actually fucking a satirical piece of comedy. Now it's just now it's vanilla.
The coupon itself wasn't hilarious enough. The fact that Subway accepted it as a legitimate coupon had me rolling on the floor. Subway, however, wasn't impressed.
No,
like
I bet
everyone,
not.
we're deeply offended by the fake story and ad created by The Onion. The story received coverage in a Sydney Morning Herald article, which highlighted another 9/11 deal that was instead completely genuine. The now closed Tumbledown Trails Golf Club in Wisconsin posted this newspaper ad reading 12th anniversary of 9/11. To commemorate this, we are offering 9 holes with cart for only $9.11 per person, or 18 holes with cart for only $19.11.
Yeah, come play some golf to commemorate the deaths of tons and tons of people. That's brilliant.
The owner of the course said the golf club began the promotion 2 years ago on the 10th anniversary of the attacks, and until now it had been warmly received as a way to ensure people never forgot the tragedy.
Are you sure I don't think that's how people never forget the tragedy. That's how people luck out on either 9 or 18 holes of golf. And, I think you know that. So I don't think that's anybody that's got any intelligence is going to be like, oh yeah, okay.
He'd therefore add, we're a little hurt by the fact that people are putting such a negative context on this. I thought people would appreciate it. It seemed the owner at least had some good intentions, although so did these 3 companies when they used hashtags incredibly wrong. Sweets company Entenmann's wrote, who's not guilty about eating all the tasty treats they want, without realizing not guilty was trending due to Casey Anthony's trial for the murder of her baby.
Bad move. bad move.
They'd respond by tweeting, "Sorry everyone, we weren't trying to
Sorry.
reference the trial in our
My
tweet.
bad."
We should have checked the trending hashtag first."
No, you think? And the fact that you're just like, sorry everyone, oopsie.
Fashion brand Celeb Boutique wrote, "Hashtag Aurora is trending. Clearly about our Kim K inspired Aurora dress, although this wasn't exactly true."
Are you sure about that? Because I'm pretty sure Aurora was trending, I'm gonna guess, because of the shooting at the theater for Dark Knight premiere.
The hashtag was trending due to the Batman movie theater
Yep.
shooting, which killed 12 people in Aurora, Colorado. "We are incredibly sorry for our tweet about Aurora. Our PR is not US based and did not check the reason for the trend."
Why did you not? Shouldn't that be like a thing that you do before you post a hashtag? Like check the... Don't just see what is trending and jump on it, but see like why it's trending before you jump on it. Just maybe.
At that time, our social media was totally unaware of the situation and simply thought it was another trending topic. We have removed the very insensitive tweet and will of course take more care in the future to look into what we say in our tweets. Then there
should
was
fucking
DiGiorno's
hope so.
Pizza who wrote, "Hashtag
There
why I
was what tweet
say in
or
our
what pizza?
tweets." Then there was DiGiorno's Pizza who wrote,
DiGiorno's Pizza. He's saying DiGiorno's because of his Britishness. It's DiGiorno.
"Hashtag why I stayed, you had pizza," which was a hashtag started by women explaining why they stayed in abusive relationships.
That's fucked up. Yeah, the hashtag why I stayed was, I think it was partially going on about during the whole like when Eve Barlow was defending Amber Heard, and you know, people stay in abusive relationships. We need the hashtag why I stayed, blah blah blah. But there were people who were like, no, fuck this, and they actually told real stories of abuse and was like, this is hashtag why I stayed. And it wasn't any of the bullshit you're talking about, Amber.
Unsurprisingly, the company then tweeted a million apologies, did not read what the hashtag was about before posting, and to their credit, they spent the entire day responding to every complaint authentically.
Okay,
All
that's
social
good.
media experts, please take a lesson from DiGiorno Pizza. When you step in it, you give real apologies and not excuses. Good job. However,
Yeah, I will say, out of all of the companies that Sunny has talked about in the last 9 minutes, DiGiorno's is probably the best.
Home Depot never got the memo, as they'd do the exact opposite. After posting a tweet which produced the article, Home Depot apologizes for racist game day tweet, terminates agency responsible.
Oh God,
So
oh God.
what did the tweet say?
What did
Which
Home Depot say?
drama is not like the others, attaching a photo that showed black people next to a monkey? You
Oh no! Please no! Oh God! That is not okay.
could argue it wasn't that bad given it said, which drummer is not like the others, although it's hard to know what Nivea was thinking when headlining an ad with the words "white is purity." The campaign was so wild people didn't believe it was real, although others tried to argue that the world was overreacting. Is the US so obsessed with race now that the first thing Americans think when they read white isn't the color but race?
Yeah. Yes. 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 That is exactly what's going on. They are so obsessed with race that every time they see a mention of a color, they have to think of like skin color.
People, stop seeing everything with identity politics tinted glasses.
Right?
Then there was this ad by Bic Pens reading, "Look like a girl, act like a lady, think like a man, work like a boss," which was hilariously designed to celebrate Women's Day. People didn't appreciate it. If it's quite alright with you, Bic, I'll look like a woman, act like a woman, think like a woman, and work like a woman, and you can F right off like an idiot. To make matters worse, Bic had launched the Bic for Her pen range 3 years prior, which had already been slammed as sexist.
The Bic for Her. I don't remember that campaign. The pen. That's so stupid though. Like, why do women need a different kind of
They're
pen?
just like regular pens, except they're pink, so they cost twice as much. That is absolutely true as well.
Well, at last, pens for us ladies to use.
That's
Now all we
bullshit.
need is for her paper, and I can finally learn to write. I was so disappointed to find
That's
that
funny.
only 1/5 of the pens I received were pink. Or maybe more, I can't do maths. These pens fit perfect in my hands, but hubby feels they are unnecessary since he writes all the checks. I'd explain
Oh,
more, but I
shit.
have to
I
go
love
make him a
these
sandwich.
tweets. I
Would you
love
fly
these
on in
tweets.
for a September 11 deal? What about some serious
I love these tweets. I'm sorry. Those tweets were hilarious. My husband writes all the checks. That was great. Oh my god. What a some of those ads were just too funny. Especially the onion one. Oh my goodness. How funny is that? I think this music actually works pretty well in the background. It's is it too loud for you guys? Does it interfere with the videos at all? Or is 10% volume okay? Because I can go turn it down a little bit more. But I think we should be okay. It kind of blends in nicely if you actually think about it. So Visual Venture just dropped another video. And we all know how much we like Visual Venture on this channel because he just does some really good content, I have to say. He does his research very well, and this is a channel that helps me find things out that I didn't know about. So I really like this channel. So this is the horrifying world of TV pastors. Now, this should be terrifying. Let's jump into this and see what he's got to say.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing?
Ah, that's not Visual Venture. That's Papa Meat.
Welcome back.
I feel bad. Visual Venture, that was a different video that I was gonna watch but didn't. This is Papa Meat. He's from he's been on the Unsubscribed podcast. And so Papa Meat he's one of the friends of Donut Operator and Brandon Herrera and the Fat Electrician and Eli Double Tap and all those guys. So he's going to tell us about the horrifying world of TV pastors. I apologize. It is not Visual Venture. It is Papa Meat.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about the Lord.
The Lord.
Or at least servants of the Lord. Man, I know that's all of us, but today we're going to be talking about some of the most despicable people on planet Earth, in my opinion, which are televangelists. Televangelists,
Yep.
you know, I feel like the reach has never been greater. Right now, I see pastors tweeting out the Lord's message. I see people doing streams on Twitch praising the Lord. TikTok lives, Instagram.
Oh yeah. The TikTok lives with the prayers or the what's the other one that you see he's right about the Twitch streams, or you'll see like church streams live streamed on YouTube, stuff like that. It's crazy. Visual Venture is next. Right.
Instagram Reels, all kinds of stuff. It has never been an easier time to get the good word out. But televangelists are a different breed. Formed basically right at the beginning of television, it has been a big moneymaker in the church regime for a long time. And today we're going to be talking about some of the most despicable members of that. We're not going to be bashing any of the Lord's words. We're just going to be bashing the people who abuse the system. Because if there's one thing that is probably the most disgusting thing that you can do with any kind of power via TV or social media is to manipulate people who are in dire needs for salvation, and all they have to do is drain every penny from their pocket. So without further
That's one of the big reasons why I have a problem with organized religion, is that it's just so if you pay this money, you'll be forgiven. Tithing, like I don't, indulgences, like all of this stuff. I don't agree with
Without further
it.
ado, let's get into it.
God, I love you.
Wait! Ooh, I got something to tell you. You better listen up. You better listen good. The Lord has come down and He's told me something. He's told me something good. He's told me something special now. He's saying that we officially have our Gamer Subs flavor. Raw meat. Ooh, baby. And it's the best. It's a nice watermelon cantaloupe surprise. That'll make you say, oh, Mamma Mia, praise the Lord. And right now, you can get it at gamersubs.com. Just head on over there, get yourself a little raw meat, and use promo code Papa Meat at checkout to get 10% off. Oh, baby. And you know what? As soon as you taste this, you'll be ordering them every goddamn month because they're that good. It comes in caffeinated, non-caffeinated versions, keto-friendly, low-calorie, okay? No sugar, all right?
Oh, is
nothing
it a drink
but
thing?
pure goodness.
Oh, it's a drink. I see.
Watermelon cantaloupe goodness. Perfect for any summertime needs.
That actually tastes.
Hey, if there's any
sounds
tithing,
like it'll taste
tithe
really
to
good.
yourself,
Oh, it's
baby.
soft.
Serve to yourself and get yourself some
I
nice
think.
raw meat Gamer Subs. Support the channel, support Gamer Subs, and support yourself. Drink responsibly, drink tastefully. Gamer Subs, raw meat.
Yeah.
Love you. Did you know there are over 1,700 mega churches in the U.S. alone? A mega church is defined as having a weekly average of 2,000 more people, and you know, you get into stuff too where
2,000 or more people a week. Jeez, that's a lot of people in one building at once. Spread out over the, like, because there's got to be the Sunday mass or Sunday congregation. And then there's like, if there's a prayer group in the middle of the week.
Defined as having a weekly average of 2,000 more people. And, you know, you get into stuff, too, where the churches, I mean, mega does not even scratch the surface to the size of some of these people's complexes. I mean, an unbelievable amount of people. Almost like every weekend you're going to see a pop star act. The state.
Yeah. Like the Hour of Power that used to be on Global TV on Sunday mornings, that was from the Crystal Cathedral in Los Angeles. And that had to have, oh God, the way that it sounded when everybody was singing. Because I used to wake up to hear, like, because I would fall asleep at the radio on Saturday night and I would wake up and the freaking choir would be singing. And it sounded like fucking... literally thousands of people, probably close to 5. I have no idea how many people could fit in the Crystal Cathedral, but it's gotta be over 5,000. It's huge. I've never been, but I'm just guessing.
The stage is that big. There's that many people filling up stadiums, literal stadiums of attendees. It's pretty amazing. But with tax-exempt status, churches are big business, pulling in an estimated $74.5 billion a year.
Jesus, run that by us again.
Business pulling in an estimated $74.5 billion a year.
$74.5 billion. Gee, if we made churches pay tax, I think we'd have a big problem solved, don't you think?
Which is pretty fucked. I mean, I don't think people really fully appreciate the tax exempt status. You know, for a lot of smaller churches where it's a mom and pop organization and maybe it's in a small town, having tax exempt probably helps alleviate a lot of the things of maintaining and running the church and putting it back into the community somehow, versus being a pop idol god amongst your own peers and having tax exempt status is fucking insane, especially.
I think if your church is if your congregation is 2,000 people or more, you should be paying taxes. That's what I think. I think if you are making, if your church is making profit that you're not putting back into the community or the church, you should be paying taxes on that.
especially whenever regular fast food workers, people who work regular 9-to-5 jobs are paying taxes every paycheck, and then you have fucking Joel Osteen over there driving Ferraris and all kinds of shit, not having to pay the government one single dime. It's pretty fucked, which we'll get into that right now. Peter Popoff, what a great name. Peter Popoff, who's worth $10 million, claimed to be a clairvoyant, but received...
Peter Popoff. That's actually his name.
What a great name. Peter Popoff, who's worth $10 million, claimed to be a clairvoyant, but received messages from an earpiece from his wife, which was proven by James Randi.
He got... So he's... Jesus Christ. I'm a clairvoyant. Is there a person in the crowd with a missing husband?
She lives at 1627 10th Street.
1627 10th Street? Is that right? That's right.
Wait. Clairvoyant is where you can speak to the dead, right? What was that one show where it was like the medium?
No, clairvoyant is where... Well, clairvoyant is kind of where you can speak to the dead, but it's also where you can see the future and read minds.
Remember the guy? He'd be like, I'm hearing a Tim.
John
That's
Edwards.
my husband's name. He's like, you.
Basically him.
That was him as well? Okay. Which he was great because he was almost like a shaman. And he would accurately announce home addresses and specific illnesses of audience members during his healing sermons, called his skeptics tools of the devil. What's kind of funny about this is that, I don't know the specifics of this, but I imagine that people who are showing up to the church, they probably filled out something of like, what's an ailment you have, or who's a recently deceased person, and they would probably fill that out and put it in there, and then they would have like specific seating or something.
Probably. Because that's how these people fucking run their grift. They figure out how to get small tidbits of information out of you. Then they build up a picture. And then they're like, aha! I know exactly about who you are!
She'd gotten her information from prayer cards filled out by the faithful before the show began.
Probably, to where they could be like, oh, that's your name. This is her. You know, they have like a little form.
It'd be easier now. You just Google up their name.
Or you just look up somebody's Facebook. Were you pretty depressed yesterday? I was. How did you know? Everyone's like, I follow that bitch. That bitch is a doom post. She's a black pillar. For real. Good Lord. Sold Miracle Spring Water on TV. Which...
Oh, Miracle Spring Water. Oh, boy. Jesus Christ. This is insane. Oh, John Edwards had investigators. Oh, yeah. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised John Edwards had investigators.
Which Peter Popoff's Miracle Spring Water is a scam that involves respondents sleeping in the water, praying over it, and sending it back to Popoff with a donation.
Wait, sleeping in the water? Let's do that again.
Water on TV. Which Peter Popoff's Miracle Spring Water is a scam that involves respondents sleeping in the water, praying over it, and sending it back to Popoff with a donation.
So you have to sleep in the water, then you have to pray over the water, so I'm guessing you have to like empty the water out of the container it comes in into something big enough for you to sleep in. Then you have to pray over it. Then you have to get the water back into the container without spilling it, I'm assuming, because then you'd lose part of the essence of your prayer. Then you ship it back to this dude with a donation. This sounds retarded. How does anybody fall for this?
It's a pretty good deal. Also, to send thing back, that must be the shipping cost for that. Holy shit! In exchange, respondents are promised protection from disease and disability. Oh my god.
Oh god. So that's why I'm blind. My mother didn't buy the spring water and let me sleep in it, pray over it, and send it back to this guy. What a bitch.
As well as financial prosperity. The water is said to come from Russia Spring that protected those who drank it after the Chernobyl nuclear accident. I'm sure a lot.
What?
A lot of people drink a lot of water. Yeah, nothing bad happened to the Chernobyl people at all.
No, not at all. Yeah. And they were totally protected because of the water they drank. Oh my lord.
Did you use the miracle?
I used the miracle spring water twice, and you sent me this miracle spring water, and I followed the instructions. 2 days later, I got a check for $2,500. The following week, I got a check for $30,000.
2 checks, double portion blessing.
What does that mean? What check?
2 checks, double fortune blessed.
2 checks, double portion blessing.
What does that mean? What check? Who wrote you the check? Could you be more specific? Whose name was on the check? She's like, you didn't prompt me that when you gave me.
Yeah, right. Who? Where did the checks come from? Did you write them yourself? Did you just commit check fraud?
The script. Whose name was on the check?
She's like, your name.
Your name's on the
Your
check.
name.
No, cut the broadcast. Cut the broadcast. His organization brings millions of dollars in a year, and no financial data is available since 2005 as they've gained non-profit status.
Of course they have. This is what I mean. If I believe that if you have a congregation of like and they'll probably, and the shitty part is if we put in this law, then we'd have a spate of churches popping up to keep congregations under that specific number to keep tax exempt status going. But I think that the mega churches and everything, I think because we should have a separation of church and state, I think that the church should pay taxes. I don't think that they should be exempt. They still have to eat. They still have to use the roads. Their congregation has to pay taxes. Why should they not have to pay taxes on the money that they make their congregation tithe to them? And everything. Like, this is what I mean. I don't like organized religion. And I'm not the first I will definitely say that I'm probably a lot more spiritual than I will let on, but organized religion can just fuck off. Worship, if you want to worship, in your own on your own, like in your own way, but like fuck organized religion, seriously.
The Lord is good. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh, thank you, Lord. One of Popov's schemes was that he was claiming to sneak Bibles into the Soviet Union. What am I?
No, because there aren't any fucking Orthodox Christians or Coptic Christians in the Soviet Union. Okay.
What are we even talking about here? He reported that these Bibles were being floated over via helium air balloons. To facilitate this noble act, he requested large sums of money both for the large amount of Bibles he was buying and for the transportation. Popov started getting huge sums for this effort, and when his skeptics asked him to prove the purchase of the books and balloons, he staged a burglary at his headquarters in 1985, which he later used on subsequent broadcasts to tearfully ask for more money to pay for the damages and replace the Bibles.
Jesus Christ, dude! How ballsy can you get? Holy fuck! You skeptics are like, where's the books and shit? And then you pretend to lose them all and ask for more money. Oh my god.
That is so fucking funny. What a weird thing. So the scam that you're doing for people is that you're lying and say you're going to sneak Bibles into the Soviet Union using helium balloons. Why? This is why I feel so bad, because you only see a lot of times that people...
This feels like a cartoon thing. Like, sneaking something into a dangerous place in a hot air balloon. All I'm hearing is like Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner music.
Watch this stuff for people who are like, well, those people who follow that stuff are fucking dumb anyways. I'm like, these are like well-adjusted people who are almost indoctrinated into a cult. Like, they put so much of their own faith and their belief into this thing. And I don't think that any of these people are truly stupid. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's probably some fucking dunces there. And there's probably a couple bad eggs, but I just mean, this is just sheer manipulation, especially for something that's been going on so long. It's fucking crazy, man. And also, it's kind of one of those like weird, what was that one? The Stanford prison experiment thing where it's like anybody with a shrivel amount of power will abuse it, and then
they will though. That's the thing about humans, is they are power hungry. We just are.
anybody who's like under that will abide by what they say and stuff.
Yeah.
Just feels weird. I can see people kind of being in this thing where they would never question anything that he says, and God, that's so funny. Tearfully asked for the money back. What a fucking pussy. Which the biggest and highest earning of these churches is Lakewood Church in Houston, Texas, which is helmed by the ever controversial Joel Osteen.
I've heard of Joel Osteen. He's just a piece of work, this guy.
Joel Osteen's net worth is over $50 million.
Jesus Christ!
For a man who is serving the Lord and trying to bring people to salvation, I feel like you don't need $50 million.
No, you really don't. You don't even need $5 million. You don't even need $500,000. You...
I'm gonna go on a big limb. Maybe if he had some kind of act that he did. I'm trying to think, like if he juggled. If he did his sermons and he juggled, would that, I don't know. Even then, I'm not sure. He has one of those extremely big shit-eating grins too. It's just, it oozes with that just kind of like fake, almost like veneer mask.
He did, I think there's a video that Pink Hollow showed me where he's talking to some reporter, and it's a woman, and he's like getting all chesty and angry with her and like breathing heavy and angry. Like he's just all upset because she's asking why he needs a fucking Ferrari.
I hate it, but he
and
has the prosperity theology.
Specifically, Prince's jet. Was it Prince's jet that he bought? It was Prince's jet, or Michael Jackson's, or somebody famous's jet that he bought. And this reporter was like, do you like really need that to go minister to people? Like, why can you not fly commercially? And he's like, and she's like, isn't it true that you said that flying commercially was like flying in a tube with demons? Like, don't you, is it true you consider the general public to be demons? And he was like so pissed off at her. It was really funny just to watch him get so angry.
Believes that it is the will of God for the pious Christians to receive material gain. Kind of like that book, The Secret, I think, which is literally, if you think it'll come it'll come. Not that kind of come, but it'll come.
Oh, God.
He lives in a $10.5 million mansion and drives a $325,000 Ferrari. These are things that really, to any other person, you'd be like, well, hey, he's a rich guy. But to a pastor, it seems just a bit, dare I say, inappropriate to be...
Aren't pastors and priests and shit supposed to take, like, vows of poverty? Especially priests?
Driving a Ferrari as a pastor. It'd be so funny if a woman's just like, thank you, Joel, the service was so good. He's like, get off me, poor bitch, and just peels out. He takes a salary of $200,000 a year from the church. I doubt it.
A $200,000
yeah, on paper,
a year
he tells
salary?
the government, I take $200,000 a year.
Fuck you, dude.
It's like the same thing with like presidents, where it's like, oh, you have $300,000 or $400,000 a year salary for the rest of your life, and I'm like, oh.
It's like Steve Jobs. He's gonna give himself $1 each year.
He gave himself $1, yeah, but it's worth billions in stocks and everything else. He claims that his money comes from his book sales.
Oh yes, his book sales, because everybody wants to read his book. Jesus. Oh, Osteen. Okay, so that wasn't Osteen. Okay. Osteen was the guy who wouldn't let people use his church for refuge during the hurricane because he just got new carpets put in. These are Christians, not Catholics. There's a difference. Yes. I'm saying that shouldn't a pastor still, like, be humble, though? And, like, yes, he can marry or be a woman. They can be a woman, too. But shouldn't a pastor, try to be a humble... I've always thought that to be a servant of God, you were supposed to be humble and like... not debase, but just be a servant of God. Like, be humble, be kind, be giving. not miserly and power hungry, basically.
Less than 1% of the
Not be Pontius Pilate.
89 million that was raised in 2017 went to any charities. The rest went into his extravagant lifestyle. And then during the COVID times even, there was a thing called the CARES Act, which is basically, I think everybody got like a check or something. He claimed a bunch of money and fucking lied about that too. Made a statement that
the one
he
you're
didn't claim
thinking
anything.
of is... Oh, Copeland.
Me? I didn't claim anything. Hey, the Lord's got my back, right? But the administrative data...
This is the problem with being brought up in an atheist home. You don't have an understanding of the other religions or sects. Yes. And the world religions class I took wasn't very helpful of that.
Shows that he indeed claimed $4.4 million. There's a lot of celebrities that do that. Didn't Brett Favre do something like that too? Some kind of crazy shit. And then during Hurricane Harvey in 2017, he refused to offer assistance or housing in its mega church. He had this giant coliseum that he gives his sermons to every Sunday.
Man.
People were like, hey, my house, like, we're gonna die. Can you let us in? And he's like, there's too much water. He kept claiming that there was flood water surrounding the entire building. Well, we would have let people in, but there was flooded water everywhere. There was just a plethora of photos that it couldn't look more dry. Is the unfortunate thing. At least pick a lie that makes sense with video and photo proof is what I gotta say.
So he was claiming that the church was flooded, but it was bone dry. And he was didn't want his carpets to get soiled. So he didn't want to let
Joel later said that they did open the doors, and it always was open. Had earlier stated that their church might open if all their shelters were full, and eventually they did open in a minimal capacity. In August of the next year, Houston Mayor Turner declared a day of honor for the church and Olstein for their efforts. What a stand-up guy. I'm pretty sure he only opened it also after there was like immense backlash. Pretty sure people were like, this guy's a fucking piece of shit, whatever. And let me tell you too, I'm pretty sure my mom has some of this dude's books and stuff. Do you think it's actually kind of an interesting thought experiment? If the majority of his wealth came from book sales, does that justify his extravagant lifestyle when the entire thing is you're preaching the Lord's word? You know what I mean?
Did he pay taxes on those book sales?
No, there's no way he paid taxes on
No, exactly. He didn't. He figured that he was a non-profit status because he has a church, so he didn't pay taxes on his book sales either. And this is the problem. I think that he should at least, like, they should be paying taxes. This church was as wet as women when they talk to me.
On his book sales.
That's
I doubt
funny.
it. Well, even if he did, I'm just saying that, like, it's very hypocritical to be like, all you need is God, and then you give nothing back to anybody. And this is to me too, where I'm like, if it's your money, you can do whatever you want with it, but whenever you're a holier than thou kind of guy, it just seems fucking crazy. Next up, we have Jesse Duplantis, which he has a nice net worth of $20 million.
I don't think I've ever heard of this guy, Jesse Duplantis.
Basically, wow, only 20 million? Why don't you start selling some fucking books, you old bitch? Pastor of Voice of the Covenant Church. Voice of the Covenant Church. That's a fucking creepy ass voice.
That sounds like a satanic church. What the fuck? Voice of the Covenant? Holy shit.
Claims the second coming of Christ has been delayed due to lack of donations to his congregation.
And so what has hindered all these things is because people are not doing in the financial realm, because we live in an economic world, what God's called them to do.
Come on.
Wait. God's not coming because you're not giving me enough money. So hurry up and give me money or else God's not showing up, god damn it.
Come on, dude. Jesus is trying to make his way here. Can't fucking afford gas, all right?
Right?
If you guys would just donate more, he'd show up faster. God, what do you not know about that? He begged his congregation to donate money so he could buy a $54 million plane after already having owned 3 private jets. Well, dude, I mean, come on. Private jet.
Why do you need 3? Why do you need 3 private jets?
Jets are kind of small. Turbulence is bad because they're tiny. Sometimes you need a $54 million plane. Got to get places. I like to think that he just travels like 45 miles in this $54 million plane. Really taking a nice page out of the book of all the other superstars who fly around the world and stuff. But he's just like, I just want to go down the road.
The 4 jets of the apocalypse, dude.
The 4 jets of the...
Did they just say he flew 45 miles in that thing? That's it? That's it?
the apocalypse, people would just pay him more money, then we could get to where we need to go. And when criticized for his $54 million plane and his 3 private jets, he said, and I quote, "I really believe that if Jesus was physically on earth today, he wouldn't be riding a donkey." Think about that for a minute. He'd be in an airplane preaching the gospel all over the world.
No, he wouldn't.
What a weird tone-deaf thing. Jesus would
ride in a pickup truck, and he would dress like a farmer, and he would look completely ordinary. You would not be able to tell that it was Jesus.
Just wouldn't be riding no donkey. He wouldn't be riding a donkey. He'd be in a Boeing. Hell, he'd be in a jet stream, flying around preaching the word. It's always funny when people say flying around preaching the world as if it's just that convenient to just get in a jet and just be like, we're gonna go here today. And then they land and he's just like, hello, I've come to spread the good word.
No, there's no refueling. There's no trying to find a place to accommodate the size of the thing. You're just, hey Fury, you're just flying around in a plane preaching.
His house is a mega mansion, and he had it classified as a rectory. What's a rectory?
A rectory?
House where minister or priest lives.
Shut up.
Okay, so no taxes are paid on it, because God forbid, you have to just give a little back. You know, taxes suck, right? No one likes paying taxes.
He
but
had
the whole
it
thing is that you hope that it goes to
as
something
a
kind of
rectory.
good. Better
Wow.
roads, you know, it helps pay for all the public bullshit we have and everything. And all these greedy cocksuckers just don't want, they're like, no, I have my own gold bowl that you're supposed to put money in. I don't give you money. You know what I mean? Come on. Next up, we have Jan Crouch. 50 million. Oh, Joel Osteen, watch out, huh? Started the TBN, the Trinity Broadcasting Network, with her...
The Trinity Broadcast... I think I've heard of the Trinity Broadcasting Network. Is that a radio
husband,
thing?
Paul, and fellow religious grifter couple. What do you mean by grifter?
Scammer,
okay. Why don't we just say scammer? Who the fuck says grifter? Like,
everybody.
Mad Max universe? Like what are we talking about here? Fellow religious scammers couple... And other religious scammers, Jim and Tammy Faye Baker, those fucking idiots.
Oh,
she was known for going on TV
Jesus,
and emotionally
those
begging
guys.
for donations.
I know who Jim and Tammy Faye Baker are. I know exactly who those two are.
I do want to see this. I love this.
Sounds like certain Twitch streamers.
It does sound like a couple of Twitch streamers that I am not going to name, but I think we might know who they are.
Last request said if you would just say on the air.
Dude, what? Jan Crouch kind of got me acting.
Who
like
is that?
That bitch is like covered in like gold chains and stuff. She has the exact outfit Xerxes was wearing when Leonidas went up and he was like, can we not just fucking call it a day?
That's hilarious.
We love you, Brenda. She will be watching because she watches 24 hours a day.
Is she like cry talking? That's weird. Why is she talk crying? TVN is quite international. It is on radio and TV. Ah!
You're a fucking loser. Watches 24 hours a day, dude. Get a fucking hobby. Good God.
Right?
Before the nightmares stopped, Jan, I had planned to commit suicide. I'm enclosing $10 to begin supporting TBN whenever.
Why is she talking like that? Is she trying to make herself cry?
I can't.
This is boring. I love this top comment. My friends and I love to get drunk and watch Jan Crouch videos on YouTube. Even pissing your money away on lotto tickets is a better investment than TBN and its resident drag queen. I tell you what.
Oh, damn. This is... Maybe I should look up some Jan Crouch videos if we're bored someday.
This is what's kind of crazy is I don't know if you've ever been to any acting classes or improv classes. The way that she's forcing these tears out is like watching people try to learn how to be a dramatic actor for the first time.
Is she yawning?
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. That's why I was asking, like, why is she cry talking? That's really weird.
I don't know if she's yawning. It'd be funny if she was. Or
She's
you could tell
yawning.
she's like putting her tongue on the roof of her mouth, whatever, and she's like, no, she's just like, I don't even. I wish somebody would just help. Just help her. Jan Crouch, hot as shit. Oh my God. In March 2012, Crouch was accused by her granddaughter, a former employee and chief finance director of the network, of misappropriating network funds to spend on lavish lifestyle. Expenditures included expensive homes, private jets, massive custom wigs. I like how the massive custom wigs came after mansions, private jets, and her extremely eclectic and very large collection of big wigs. Really? A lot of big custom wigs. She had new
wigs, huh? She needs money for wigs. Okay, that's an interesting obsession.
Numerous facelifts and breast augmentations. All right, well, come on. You're in front of the camera all day. And a $100,000 air-conditioned mobile home solely for her dogs.
What the fuck? An air-conditioned fucking RV for her dogs? Oh my God. This woman, what the hell is wrong with her?
And I already know there's gonna be some fucking stupid ass internet people who are like, honestly, I do the same for my pups. I put that.
No. Fuck that. Fuck that.
That fucking dog in a fucking cage and throw it down the river, dude.
Like, if I ever get a guide dog, like, I wouldn't even feed it, I would feed it, like, good food, but they're, you know, the people that spend hours a day making raw food for their dog? No.
Dude.
My
puppers, my doggos. Jan, you're not too bad after all. $100,000 air-conditioned mobile home is so funny, though. All right, pups, you go in there and you have fun. There's just shit and piss, like, everywhere in this nice mobile home. Also, in 2012, another of Crouch's granddaughters sued TBN, alleging that she had been molested and... God damn.
Oh, my God, that got dark fast. Holy shit. Hello there, Grandma. Your associates on your Trinity network are molesting me.
By a TBN employee at the age of 13. She alleged that Jan Crouch screamed at her and blamed her for the assault. And in 2017, a year after Crouch's death, a jury awarded the granddaughter $2 million in damages for past and future mental suffering.
Damn. She get that mobile home though.
Yeah, what happened to the mobile home? That'd be such a fucking spit in the face, dude. One of her granddaughters comes forward and she's just like, my grandma was a fucking terrible person. She, you know, was so abusive. And they're like, that's horrible. Well, we're going to give you the dog mobile home. And we...
Yeah, you can have the dog RV. You don't worry, we have to clean it up. But you can have the dog RV.
Mental anguish for the rest of your life. Even $2 million does not seem like nearly enough.
No.
This is 2016 money.
2017 money. Which, you know, Jan Crouch, she had a stroke and went to hell in 2016. What an unflattering picture of her. I'll tell you what, that woman is awesome, though. She looks like the singer of Whitesnake or Cinderella. Just one of those 80s hair metal bands, like 1984. She's just like, you mind if I finger fuck you outside of a cell?
Oh, God!
That's what it feels like to me. $2 million for... That's insulting. Especially if it's like my girl. I'd be like, no, give me fucking all of her money.
Dude, Papa me. What the fuck? What the hell, dude?
But I'm gonna dig up her body and spend all of her money and make her a giant ventriloquist, a bald ventriloquist puppet the public gets to play with. Be kind of good. Good joke? No? Okay. Creflo Dollar. He has a net worth of $27 million. He's a televangelist for a newly founded denomination, Christian World Changers Church. That's a
Christian World Changers, huh? That sounds like a bunch of missionaries.
Bad name. CWCC. Actually, kind of sounds like an old radio thing. CWCC.
It does.
Like Olstein, he preaches prosperity theology, which once again, the secret. You just gotta believe in God and it'll come to you.
You manifest. Manifest in God and manifest that you'll get money.
You think that's how they escape criticism? Well, I'm preaching, making a lot of money.
Oh, well, yeah, it puts you in a perfect thing of the entire thing about prosperity theology is that you'll be like, I've been doing this for a long time and nothing has come my way.
Well, it's because you have doubt. You're talking, but you're not really listening.
Or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean?
Yep.
That kind of thing, where it's just like,
you want to think that you're believing, but really, you're not giving your full faith, are you?
And you're like,
no, you're not throwing your soul and your body into this whole thing.
Like, I guess not. Well, see, now try giving it your full faith, and I'm sure it'll work out. I mean, look at me. Now you're gonna see a bowl come by. You want to put about $4 or $5 in there for me? There you go. Atta girl. Creflo Dollar owns 2 Rolls Royces, a private jet, and a very luxury real estate. Asked congregation for a $65 million jet. What is the purpose of the jets? I was thinking about, if I had this amount of money, would I really want a private jet?
No. You know what I'd want? I'd want an island. And then I'd be like, nobody can come on my island.
Among the plebs?
Well, I'm sure. I imagine that, yeah, you don't want to be among the non-mogging plebes out there, but still, is it like, it has to be something where it's like a different level of like class, where they're like, oh, you own a private jet? You know what I mean? Same with people that have like yachts.
I bet they feel like God's angels or something because they could fly anywhere.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe they do feel like God's angels because they're flying.
I'd just be like, I don't have to ride with the poles. Claims naysayers to his Gulfstream G650 were the devil trying to discredit his service. Refuses to provide any transparency for his financials for the church. Refused to cooperate with the government probe in 2007 unless it was the IRS, but no charge was filed.
So wait, he wanted the IRS to look into his shit? Is that what he said? I won't cooperate unless it's the IRS? Let me back that up and we'll see.
Refuses to provide any transparency for his financials for the church. Refused to cooperate with the government probe in 2007 unless it was the IRS, but no.
Yeah, basically he said, I won't cooperate unless the IRS looks into this. Who wants the IRS looking into
no charge was filed. Funny picture. This thing of him smiling, and then the next thing is in 2012, he attacked his 15-year-old daughter, choking and punching her.
Creflo Dollar was arrested on charges he punched and choked his teenage daughter. And as Dan Harris reports tonight, the pastor was back before his congregation preaching and pushing back.
Of course he was.
How do you not laugh when you read?
How does anybody look at a preacher who just beat up his own daughter with any sort of, like, praise?
The absurdity of that sentence is fucking wild. I mean, look at that, dude. It literally looks like the Metallica concert in 1989 when it's like hordes of people, whatever. Look at them all standing up. They're just like, you did punch her. And you choked her out, didn't you, Creflo? I want to hear what he says, actually.
The truth is that a family conversation with our youngest daughter got emotional.
Got emotional. You put your hands on your fucking kid, dude. You're the adult.
Emotional? No shit, dude. See, they gotta get these guys in the fucking ring for like WWE. This is like some real mic talk right here.
But the only thing on her neck was a prior skin abrasion from eczema.
Police say Dollar choked his 15-year-old daughter.
Dude, ain't no way he's coming out that courthouse with that fucking that Michael Cera Juno mustard yellow with the red brim. Dude's literally looking like a track athlete in the movie Juno. He's guilty. God, look at that mansion. So funny.
Anything you want to say to your congregation?
No, sir.
Anything you want to say to your congregation? Show up on Sunday with smiles and money in your pocket. During this arrest or whatever, charges were dismissed after he took anger management classes. All right, I guess I'll go take the classes. Claimed that she earned it for being willful and disrespectful and fighting back against his punishments. And while also telling his congregation he never did it and that malicious witness testify against me.
So, your daughter earned it by being disobedient. So apparently a disobedient child means they deserve to get choked. That's nuts.
That's pretty good, dude.
Nobody saw. You gonna believe her or me?
Yeah, exactly. Nobody saw. You gonna believe my little bitch daughter, or you gonna believe me? All right, now let's everybody open up our Bibles right now. Like, that feels fucking insane to me. Creflo Dollar isn't the only person to get into a little bit of legal hot water amongst all these beautiful televangelists. You know, we have tax fraud, sex scandals, drug, you name it. Ted Haggard, net worth of $200,000. He has a little ways to go.
He's not. Actually, that's not that.
No, he's kind of a salt of the earth guy. I like that. He's a pastor of the New Life Church in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Frequently preached against same-sex marriage, which, I mean, I feel like they all, you know what I mean?
This is one of the guys who was found picking up a gay prostitute, wasn't he?
I think he came out as having a sexual relationship.
Oh, okay.
So we don't have to debate about what we should think about homosexual activity. It's written in the Bible.
This is the, like, craziest TED Talk. I see, like, that stage just makes you think of a TED Talk. I'm like,
it sounds kind of like a TED Talk, too.
Think I know what you did last night.
Good God. The weird Friends laugh track in the back.
If you send me $1,000, I won't tell your wife.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What was that? If you what the hell?
Okay. Ted Haggard, he frequently preached against same-sex marriage, you know, a lot of people do that. But in 2006, it came out that he had been having a sexual relationship with male prostitute Mike Jones.
Called
and
it.
also using meth, which
Oh! So he was checking all the gay boxes. He was having sex with a gay prostitute, and he was doing meth.
he had been purchasing from Jones for years.
Of
That had to have been
course.
an interesting, like, evolution one day, right? You know, you keep buying all this meth from me, but you never asked once to suck my cock. He's like, well, Mike Jones, could I suck your cock for some meth?
Do you think he used that as an excuse? Like, well, at first I was, you know, just buying meth from him, but...
Only $200,000, but he probably fucking sucking some cock for some meth. Why not, dude? I bet you it was something where he gave him the meth baggie, and then he, like, accidentally touched his hand, and he was like, oh, sorry. And then, like, emotions started to flur there, and then all of a sudden, you know what? He shows up to Mike Jones's fucking...
There was a spark. There was a spark after he's received the meth.
motel in the middle of the night. It's all pouring rain. He's like, can I buy some meth? And he's like, I'm all out. And then they start making out, start fucking each other. I probably can't put butt fuck. that was a bit much, but when Haggard denied it, Jones provided a voicemail where Haggard was requesting meth. Became ungay and made up with his wife through a spiritual restoration processing meth. Became ungay and made up with his wife through a spiritual restoration process. And
he became ungay. Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm sure.
he went on Celebrity Wife Swap where he swapped wives with Gary Busey. What a weird... Is
What
there
a
any
weirdo.
record of that voicemail?
Hey, Mike. This is Ted Haggard. I really need some, I need some meth.
Oh my god! They found
it! Suck your cock this time. And I'm not sucking your cock anymore, even though I really like it, and I beat my dick off to it. I can't do it anymore. Alright, just let me know. Bye.
Jones.
Can you take a moment and sit by the door?
What the fuck?
Well, we
Please
can't
tell
get
me
into
that was a
I beat
fake.
my dick off to it. I can't do it anymore. Alright, just let me know. Bye.
Please tell me that was a fake.
Jones.
Can you take a moment and sit by the vehicle and just talk to us for a minute?
Well, we can't get into much. We're a little late for an appointment.
Okay.
But suspension of my senior pastor's role. I resigned from the NAE because both of those roles are based on trust. And right now my trust is
Gone.
questionable.
It's insane. My trust is questionable. Have you seen Mike Jones anywhere? I really want to talk to him.
He
it's
became
insane how even in
gay
this, though,
because
that he's
his
still in
wife
pastor
pecked him.
mode. The big smiles and everything. It's fucking crazy.
And I know that Nicole asked you to deny, but I have to ask you again, have you used meth?
No, I have not.
You liar.
Okay.
The only time the smile drops is when he knows that he's just... She's like, have you used meth? As soon as he hears the word meth, he's just like... No. Do you have some? No, I haven't used it. Do you have some?
Do you have
Mike,
any?
is that you?
And what did you call him about?
I called him to buy some meth, but I threw it away.
Wait.
How good is that?
I called him to buy some meth, but then I threw it away. No, you didn't.
I called him to buy some meth, but I threw it away. Is that not the same thing the fucking files say in To Catch a Predator? I just came here to talk. I came here because I was joking.
She's gonna buy her clothes. Going to the mall.
We just came to chill out and have pizza.
Oh, me and Mike Jones are going to the mall. We're gonna get ourselves outfits, suck each other's cock, and smoke meth. What's the big deal?
And who were you buying the meth for?
No, I was buying it for me, but I never used it.
I love that smile came back, but I never used it.
I was buying it for me, but I never used it. Yeah, sure. Yup, because that's what you do when you buy meth. You buy it, and then you throw it away.
Have you ever used meth before?
No, I have not.
So...
And I did not ever
So why would you just go and buy meth and then throw it away?
use it with him.
That was that. I heard the pain in his voice right there, dude. He's
Yep.
holding back some Brokeback Mountain
He
tears right there,
misses
dude.
that guy.
And I never used it with him. Never. And it's
I miss you, Michael.
mine. line, and he's just like screaming, "I miss you, Mike. I love you."
I called it!
And did you ever have sex with him?
No, I did not.
Oh, dude, come on. I feel like if someone was like, "Did you ever have sex with that guy?" I feel like a lot of guys would be like, "What? No, what?" He's like, "No, I didn't." You keep shaking your head. Yes. No, I didn't have sex with him.
He so did.
Not once.
I was tempted. I bought it, but I never used it.
Who gets tempted by meth?
No, yeah, right? I'm really tempted to take this drug that's gonna turn me into a walking zombie. With, like, no teeth and, like, skeleton face and fucking... No, yeah, that's really tempting.
Well, yeah, meth heads do. But I guess the whole thing is I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I really want to do drugs. Would the first thing that you would be tempted by is meth? No, I would say no. I would say maybe like weed or cocaine, because in movie you see that in, what movie did they glorify meth? You know what I mean? Oh,
right?
You gotta try some meth. It's fucking great. Next up,
I don't think I've ever seen a movie where everyone's like, yeah, meth! Woohoo!
we have Jim Baker. He co-hosted the show The PTL Club with his wife
Jim
Tammy Faye
Baker.
from 1974 to 1987. Uh-oh, that's not a long run. In terms of televangelist years, that is not a long stint, dude. 13 years? Uh-oh. He got arrested, went to prison, and now he's selling doomsday food buckets.
Yes, he is. I think, I can't remember which video it was that Pinkala was watching, but there was somebody who was going over the food buckets that you could get.
Still to this day, you get out of
might have
prison,
been
you start selling
Charlie.
food buckets. That's the natural progression. Creamy potato soup bulk bucket.
The soup comes in 6 gallons of this. It weighs almost 50 pounds. You're gonna dream Jim Baker on TV.
50 pounds of soup. Yeah.
You say, oh my God, why didn't I order something?
Oh my God. Why didn't I get that creamy potato soup bulk bucket at 50? It's $160 and 50 pounds of creamy potato soup.
I'm gonna eat some more
Yeah.
if you're not careful.
50 pounds of cream and potato soup. Oh boy. Sounds great.
Good. Oh my God.
Why does it sound like he's dying? Why does it sound
Hear
like
that?
he's dying?
Him choking on thing. Oh my God.
It sounds like it's so bad that he's dying. He's like, ugh, ugh. You know how, like, in The Simpsons where they're doing the McRib or the Ribwich commercial, and he's like takes the big bite out of the thing, and then they're like, and cut, and Krusty's like, he spits the fucking bite out. That's what I feel like this is.
It's so good. Oh.
You didn't have lunch, right? Wow.
Oh my God. Why would
he's trying not to vomit on camera?
Why would you taste it if you know it's gonna be that bad, dude?
Oh my God.
When he started choking on his own soup, it reminded me of the Simpsons episode where Krusty does a commercial for his burgers.
Okay, stop it. Stop doing this, dude.
Some of the juice.
30-day Fiesta bucket looks so gross. Oh my God. Look at these buckets of food, dude.
What the fuck?
We gotta do just a video on this guy's food bucket thing.
You could have your whole living room with end tables and coffee tables made out of food buckets.
Why? Why would you want that? Why would you want bucket furniture? Are you a college kid?
Just do it.
You could have your whole living room be end taped like of your fucking buckets that you're hiding. Imagine someone walks over their house like, what are these draped over? Oh, those are just my doomsday Jim Baker.
These are my Jim Baker buckets. Do you like them? I've got the 50-pound bucket and the 25-pound bucket. I used that one for a footstool. The 50-pounder is my end table.
buckets of food.
Power goes out and there's no trucks running, and the EMP bomb or whatever they're talking about for these last day events. 2-gallon bucket, packs of coffee. Yes. You could trade them for whatsoever you want.
Oh yeah, cause that's the hey, you want some Jim Baker Doomsday coffee? I need some actual food.
You could probably get a new car.
You could trade them.
Yeah, bartering system.
Yeah, so it's like we're talking about a fucking bartering system here. $80 deluxe coffee and creamer bucket. I love the concept of buckets. How did he get to the bucket concept? I want to know. What are we gonna do? We're gonna sell food out of buckets, and we're gonna tell people to barter them and make their home furniture out of them. It's gonna be.
This feels like he was like watching SpongeBob and was like, chum bucket, food bucket.
Be perfect. Wow, that's I could watch that all day. Which he has the survival sampler bucket, which contains 154 meals and will cost you $135. A year for 2 tasty food offers proceed at $1,100, and Peace of Mind final countdown offer with 31,000 servings for $4,500.
31,000 servings.
The food is said to taste like paper mache.
What the fuck? 31,000 servings? What are you doing? Building a bunker? What the
That's
fuck?
fucking hilarious. Next up, we have, I would say, dare I say, the Titan. This is the God of gods. This is the King of kings.
Jim Baker, Jim Jones, what's the difference? I don't know. Maybe he's putting poison in the food buckets.
Of course, I am talking about Kenneth Copeland.
Ah!
Who has a net worth between $300 and $700 million. What?
Jesus Christ. This is the guy I was missing up with Joel Osteen, who was like chesting up at the female reporter and getting all angry and called flying in a commercial airplane, flying in a tube with demons.
What? Really? He's the founder of Eagle Mountain International Church Incorporated. And he is, I mean, you have to have seen him. He's kind of he's a psychopath. He's a crazy guy. I don't know what else to tell you. He does scam faith healing. You know, a couple people do that, but Kenneth does it better than anyone else. And he continued preaching, holding services, and demanding preachers keep congregations together during COVID, resulting in the spread of the disease, which, you know.
He was, I think he was in trouble. He got in trouble for that, didn't he?
You know what, dude? Some people don't give a shit about it. Kenneth Copeland didn't really give a fuck about it either. He claimed he killed off COVID with the wind of God.
Oh, okay. That's new that I didn't hear about.
Which I don't know if you've seen this clip, but it's pretty funny.
COVID-19!
COVID-19!
What the fuck was my children go? What the fuck? Literally, my boys run around going. What the fuck? Yeah, he was standing on the running board of his truck and trying not to leap over the passenger door at the reporter. Yeah, that's the video that you showed me. But seriously, what the fuck was that?
Wind of God, which I don't know if you've seen this clip, but it's pretty funny.
COVID-19!
COVID-19!
Burn! I hollered at the top of my voice, in the name of Jesus, you get back up there where you belong. Boy, up it went.
Yeah, because COVID's a fucking miasma it's a supernatural fog that you could actually see. Oh my god.
Yeah. I messed us up. Man.
I love it, dude. Raised money to help Haiti to create an aviation relief assistance program, but ultimately spent the money in other ways.
He really needed that money because now they're thrown.
Well, abused personage by living in many million-dollar home. hitting my speed bumps here, dude. Whatever. He has a bunch of mansions and he writes off for tax purposes. And there's the infamous video of him defending himself and his purchase of Tyler Perry's
that's who it was. Tyler Perry's jet.
Private jet.
Tyler Perry sold it to me for such a good price, I just couldn't help it.
And, he calls commercial airlines long tubes filled with demons. Here, play a little clip of it.
You can't manage that today.
Right.
This dope-filled world.
Right.
And get in a long tube with a bunch of demons.
Right.
Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did.
Look at that. Look, that's the video that I was talking about where he's chesting up and he's yelling at the reporter. Don't you ever say I did.
Which, in the end, televangelism is...
I love the Everlong clip.
In the end, televangelism is a scam. That's what it is. I'm sorry to tell you. I have so much hate in my heart for these people. It's unfucking believable. There's so many people out there who want to do good, so many people, especially people who follow religion, have some kind of faith in something because they're just trying to look for something better at the end of their life. You go through life being fucking kicked down to the mud, rolling around, you work jobs you fucking hate, you provide for your family that you love, and at the end of the day, sometimes people just want to feel like there is going to be something better, and these are leeches and parasites who prey off of those innocent, hardworking people, and it's so sad. I want to talk about this because I've had my own personal experiences with it, with some of my family members, my family living paycheck to paycheck, and then seeing them give money to these people, go to the stores and buy their books and do all these
Do just waste money on this, or they tie it to
things
the
and
church?
try to put your faith into very obscure places, because at the end of the day, all of these people just want answers. I look at these crowds of people, it's easy to be like, what a bunch of fucking idiots, but it's hard because I also see just a bunch of people who have been manipulated.
Yeah, God told him to buy Tyler Perry's airplane.
Into just like something so fucking evil.
So he wouldn't be flying with demons anymore. All right, guys, we're gonna do a quick break. I'm gonna go grab some coffee and go to the bathroom. You guys do the same, share the stream around, and I shall see you guys in a moment. Okay. We are back. Now, let's see. I'm gonna play about 5 minutes of this. And then we're gonna listen to Charlie's video. And I want you to hear how fucking crazy this guy is.
That was my body coming to this world.
Here we go.
How did you get started with all this?
I didn't come into this world the way everybody else does, I don't think. I used to think that everybody had the similar experience, but like if I asked you what was your first memory in life, what would it be?
I don't think I know.
My first memory was...
I just want you guys to see how Joe
like
eats
when
this
you're
up.
dreaming and you're falling, and you hit the bottom and you wake up.
Mm-hmm.
That was my first memory, but I didn't wake up here. I was inside my mother's womb. And I was about maybe 6 months inside the womb. And I'm like, okay, don't forget I'm here. Okay. Don't forget.
Don't forget I'm here.
Go to sleep. Wake up again. Now something's moving in front of you. And you're like, oh, that's my friend. But I had a different name for it. I didn't know it was my hand.
This is what he's trying to say is him as a baby, guys. This is him. He's trying to say that this is him as a baby.
But I knew I had a title for it. Go back to sleep, all of those things. Then ultimately you get ready to come out. I remember all of that.
You remember coming out?
Remember being compressed.
This is he's trying to say he remembers being in the womb. And he remembers coming out of the womb.
You know, and you want to panic, but you're flooded with like some serotonin and dopamine to where you feel relaxed. You go right back to sleep. And you remember being born. I remember being circumcised.
I really hate Terrence Howard.
The whole nine and the poop.
We're not going to listen to much of this. I just wanted to give a quick snapshot of how crazy he is, and then we're going to watch Charlie's video.
Proof of it was when my wife Mira, that you just met, when she was 6 months pregnant with my son Kieran. I wanted to prove to her what I was talking about, so I put a light on her stomach every day at 6 o'clock at night. And I would move that light back and forth, and I'd put a song on for a week straight. On Saturday, after a week, I didn't put the light there, and I didn't do the music. And he pushed up on her stomach. And then when I put the light there, he started following the light.
Yeah, because by then, you're able to hear sound and react to light in the womb. That's scientifically known. I don't know what his point is. He said his memories began when he was a 3-month fetus. Yeah. So his memories began before his brain even developed. Yeah, that's what he said.
And for the next 2 months, we did this every night, and he would go all the way around her belly.
Yes, because he knows you're there. He's interacting with you. That's at 24 weeks and onwards. Babies can see light and hear sound. That's why they say talk to your baby. Like, that's normal.
Back and forth, always pushing on it, you know, I didn't understand at the time that maybe I've interfered with the development process, and maybe he's wrapped the cord around his neck. I shouldn't have done all of this. But
wait, are you saying that because your son was born with his cord around his neck? Jesus Christ, the background music emphasizes this so well. It really does. He's still brainless, says Duck Dog. He really is. But, like, this guy, like, he's saying that because he did developmental things with his kid, that it's his fault that his kid's cord was wrapped around his neck. No, that happens sometimes.
Wonderful and fine. And this little boy, first thing he wanted to do is see light. He loved lights from that early stage, and I can ask him the square root of 2, the square root of 5, the square root of that, the square
root of 5. I just want you guys to hear that. The square root of 5.
Root of pi, the square, and he will run it off. But he's just like, his personality is like Forrest Gump, you know, to where he's just loving and wants.
So he just called his kid stupid. He just said that his kid's personality was like Forrest Gump. That's your son, dude. How could you say that about your own son? That his personality is like Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump was very clearly developmentally challenged. So you're saying that your son is stupid, basically. And Joe's just sitting there, like, absorbing all this, like, oh wow.
It's everybody to be around him and care. But for me, that's where it started, in there. And then when I was about 5 years old, I had another dream. And the room filled up with like this fluid, a dark fluid. And I could see the ripples of it moving around. And there was a being there. And I remember being walked through that fluid with him. And I was trying to look up at him, and I couldn't turn my head to look at him.
This is apparently when he was 5.
And he had his hand straight. I knew his voice, but I did not know who it was, but I felt confident and comfortable. And as we moved along this dark blue fluid path, with like chartreuse covering the, you know how when you look into a pool and you see the ripples, and if you're at the bottom of the pool, you see the ripples overlapping. That's what it looked like. And then when we got to the end of it, he said to me, if you could have anything in the world, what would it be? Now, we were really poor. My dad had just gotten out of prison, you know, for manslaughter.
Oh, Jesus.
I didn't have much, but I said to him, I want to know how everything works. And at that moment, he used his left hand and he opened up the door. And there was this mansion, big brown doors. And inside of it was this crystalline flowers.
Crystalline flowers,
big crystalline
okay.
flowers, like a giant.
The music really
5
does
feet
work.
Across. And every time I tried to see his face, he would reach in and hand me another shape.
The first edition of Forrest Gump was written like Forrest wrote it. It was almost unreadable. Oh, really?
I was so fascinated with the shapes because they didn't look like the platonic solids. They didn't look like anything I'd ever seen before. And he would hand me these shapes, and each shape was different and amazing. And I woke up from that dream. But after that moment, anytime something strange would happen in a dream, I had the powers of inception. Anytime
it's
something
called
I would
lucid
be naked
dreaming,
at school,
dude.
I would say,
it's not Inception. Inception was a movie. It's called lucid dreaming. Okay, that's basically what I wanted to show you. This is the video. This guy is not a genius. This is Joe Rogan came out and called Terrence Howard a genius. And so I don't know how you could hear any of that, let alone 3 fucking hours of it, and call him a genius.
People are more gullible now than they ever have been in the history of this species. That is just a fact.
Yep.
People are throwing away any level of thinking and rationality just to believe in the most outlandish garbage imaginable, and just falling victim to every scam you could ever possibly drum up. 3 days ago, the stupid man's genius, Terrence Howard, went on Joe Rogan's podcast, and Joe Rogan only piped up for 13 minutes out of this 3-hour Arkham Asylum debriefing.
That's the thing. There's a comment on that thing that said Joe was part of was on the Terrence Howard experience. And it's true, because Terrence was just blah, 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 and Joe didn't say a goddamn thing.
That's 13 minutes worth of speaking from Rogan here. The rest was Terrence Howard brainwashing idiots into thinking that he's some kind of enlightened genius.
And you know what's even worse is Joe Rogan had a show called Joe Rogan Questions Everything. And he even started to unbelieve certain things that he believed when he did that show. And then he has somebody like Terrence Howard show up, and he just eats all of it up.
For almost a decade now, Terrence Howard has gone on this international mission to convince the world that teriology is the future. That's what he calls his logic language. Teriology.
He said he could reverse gravity. He is a mental patient or a hallucinogenic drug enthusiast. Maybe both, Duck Duck.
Let that just marinate in your noodles up here for a second. You're believing in a guy who's fucking preaching about teriology. So,
what the fuck
there
is
already exist so many people that have broken down everything Terrence Howard is wrong about in the teriology logic.
That's what he calls himself.
Language system. I'm just going to focus on his biggest one. 1 times 1 equals 2. That is something that he has built his entire fucking identity around when it comes to his math. And
it does not equal 2, it equals 1. Just like you can't do the square root of 5, you moron.
For the first 9 years of this one-man traveling circus, everyone laughed at him because it's so outrageous. If we followed teriology, cars, phones, planes, medicine, literally everything that is keeping you alive right now would not exist, because his logic language is fundamentally wrong. It's not up for interpretation. He is provably wrong in every possible measurement.
You know, like saying he has memories of being in the womb before 6 months of age. Scientifically provably wrong. FYI, I will be home in 5 hours. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
And I want to dive into this deeply because so many people are...
I guess you're going on a long journey?
That he is correct. They are throating his cock and balls, literally slobbering all over his meat because he went on Rogan and used words they didn't understand. So since they didn't understand the words, they took it as a sign that this guy's the fucking chosen one when it comes to math.
And even Joe did it. And that's the sad part.
I'm not even mad at Terrence Howard. I want to make that clear. I'm mad that a lot of people think Terrence Howard is right. Yeah. I'm more mad at the gullibility of people to
mad at Joe Rogan.
Take this at face value without doing any level of thinking for themselves. It's so easy now for people to just throw away their own thoughts and just let people tell them what they should believe in. They're like, yep, that sounds right. I want to believe in that. So
that's why, what Pincalo and I are always with our kids. We're like, ask questions, read books, learn. Don't just take what you hear don't just believe everything you hear.
I will. It's so fucking frustrating because that sets us so far back. Now, before I even dive deep into this rabbit hole, I want to tackle his biggest one that he has always put on the boxing gloves and fought for the honor of, which is 1 times 1 equaling 2. He even made his own YouTube video here explaining
1 times 1 equals 2. How do you even come up with that? I know 1 plus 1 equals 2, but multiplication is not addition, dude.
Explaining how 1 times 1 equals 2, and admittedly, if you set aside everything that he's wrong about, He's still fucking wrong. He doesn't even come close to accidentally tickling something correct. He is, admittedly, if you set for a urinal to piss on, but he keeps pissing on the floor because he can't find it.
If you have one finger, and then you multiply it by one finger, you still have one finger. You have one group of one finger.
He doesn't decide to just turn the lights on. He wants to live in this absolute, like, void of logic. I am going to demonstrate why 1 times 1 can never equal 2. A third grader could do this, and I'm going to break it down in a way that no matter how stupid you are, and no matter how much you want to believe in this concept, it can't work. In no dimension in the multiverse could this ever be a real possibility.
Yeah.
So when you're saying times, when you're using multiplication here, you're talking about the groups of something.
Yeah.
So one group of 1 is 1.
Yeah.
But let's get more physical with it. And I'm going to do it using a physical object here. We're going to get real, kinetic with it.
Look,
and I'm going to use
one
the
pen.
GamerSupps Moist Waifu Cup. So this is me on the cup.
Well, I'm going to use one pen.
Big titty anime girl. It's available at gamersupps.gg. I'll put a link to it in the description. It's available for the next 2 weeks. This just seemed like a natural segue into mentioning that while I demonstrate this. Now let's put this concept into practice in a real-world scenario. You catch me at the grocery store, you say, "Pardon me, Charles, looking extraordinarily breedable as ever today. I have this box of moist GamerSupps waifu cups. Come take a peek." And I march on over and I say, "By Jove, look at that. There is a single moist waifu shaker cup in that box. There is one box with one moist
cup.
GamerSupps cup in it.
One box, one pen.
With one cup. I picked that
One
up.
of one.
I would have one shaker cup. 1 times 1 equals 1. That's
One
just
pen
how it
times
works.
one
There's
equals
not
one.
any scenario where all of a sudden this waifu shaker cup is going to start budding like it's fucking SpongeBob.
Budding like it's fucking SpongeBob.
And I'll end up with 2 somehow. That's not how it works. I have one box that has 1 cup in it. You come up to me again, this time it's at a Sam Ash music store, I'm fucking blowing away at a trumpet. You say, "Charles, check out these moist GamerSupps waifu shaker cups I have in these boxes." I say, "Oh, how many cups are per box?" You say, "There's 2 waifu shaker cups in these boxes," and I have 2 boxes. 2 boxes of 2 waifu shaker cups, that's 4 total waifu shaker cups.
Yeah.
2 times 2. It's like this shouldn't be a
The
hard
fact that
thing
Charlie
for
has to
people
break this shit down
grasp.
is sad as
These
fuck.
aren't hard to understand, but when you have someone like Terrence Howard preaching just completely incorrect things, it's able to mislead people who want to believe in something different, that want to have this big paradigm shift in mathematics, which I don't really get. Why do you want mathematics to change? The only reason you're alive right now is because of that. You would have likely already been mauled by a bear, died from an infection, died from dysentery, wouldn't have made it past the Oregon Trail, like way before you even made it to whatever your current age is, if we didn't have math. We wouldn't be where we are today. You wouldn't be watching this. You would likely be out there hunting and gathering and probably dying in the process. There is nothing that changes about this kind of concept when it comes to math. Now, it's important to note, I'm not a mathematician. That's something Terrence Howard and I have in common. But I think if I was a mathematician, most of you would trust me less. You'd think I'd been indoctrinated by big math or something to keep
big math. Fucking Charlie.
the genius revolutionaries like Terrence Howard down when it comes to these innovative concepts of new math. No, an actual child could prove why 1 times 1 will always equal 1 and never 2. It doesn't take a genius to prove that Terrence Howard is wrong.
No, it doesn't. And that's why it's so sad that Joe was like, "He's a genius. Oh my god." And again, the background music works perfect. It is working so well. I hope that I don't
takes
get hit.
an
for
ordinary
it.
person using their own brain a little bit. And Terrence Howard is hoping that you're not one of those people that think for themselves.
He
For some
literally
reason,
is.
we've entered the age where people don't trust experts anymore. The individuals that have dedicated their lives to a certain subject like math now have the most scrutiny from the average ordinary person, thinking that they're wrong and evil. There must be like a puppet master behind the scenes controlling the experts.
Big math, big pharma.
Instead, the average person would rather put their faith in someone that has never studied math and never done anything properly in the subject that they're preaching about, like Terrence Howard.
Yep.
He has dedicated his life to being wrong. Meanwhile, the experts that just get fucking torched by people that don't understand math have an entire history of inventions to show for it that these people are literally using to...
Wait, what did Duck Dog say? Bertrand Russell couldn't prove that 1 + 1 = 2 until 1910.
criticize them. These inventions that they take for granted is the product of that math, not Terrence Howard's teriology math.
Oh no,
if teriology was the
batteries
correct
are dying.
mathematics, where are those drones that he was talking about for Uganda? Where is all of the potential huge
Let me plug
breakthroughs
in
using
my-
teriology? Where are those inventions? Now, over a year ago, I did make a video on Terrence Howard going over some of his more ridiculous and embarrassing moments. I'm not going to really harp on those here because a lot of people went from Joe Rogan to that video and said that I was just attacking him on like a personal level or something, which
Which is really stupid, because he's just saying the truth. He's saying that this is, you can't say stupid shit like this and expect people to be like, oh, this is genius. Like, anybody that thinks for themselves is gonna go, no, this is dumb, shut up.
It really wasn't. I was just explaining why a lot of this is so silly and I was making fun of it. As everyone used to do back when we used to think for ourselves instead of just be spoon-fed all of our opinions. So, what I did talk about in that video is something I'm going to briefly mention though. He tried to scam all of Uganda by promising them these drones that literally just don't work. I'm just going to play you a clip from that again.
I think I might have heard about this, but I can't remember.
To remind you that Terrence Howard uses this math in pretty nefarious ways from time to time, like in the case with Uganda drones from the hydrogen proton geometry.
Was there for 2 years until I saw that there was an inconsistency with the math there. And so I went out to explore a new way of understanding how the universe works, and I was able to define the grand unified field equation they've been looking for.
Oh, were you? Is this where he says he can reverse gravity, Duck Dog?
And put it into geometry.
Once again, just a friendly reminder, there is nothing more consistent than 1 × 1 = 1. To represent it one more time, I have one box with one waifu cup in it. 1 × 1. The total waifu cups is 1. One box has one of these in there. There is one of these in total.
And then with that geometry, I was able to put props on that. And what I'm saying is now we have invented a new form of flight.
A new form of flight. A new form of flight. Yes, apparently, fuck Bernoulli's principle. We have a new form of flight.
That I would like to bring here to Uganda to replace the drones, to replace the helicopters, to replace the planes. This is the geometry of hydrogen.
The geometry of hydrogen. Okay.
Of hydrogen.
Hydrogen.
This is the proton itself. So any bond that hydrogen can make, our linchpins are able to make.
It's been 2 years since this, and it doesn't seem like Uganda's any closer to having those Terrence Howard promised hydrogen proton geometry new flight machines that reinvent flight as we know it. But maybe it's just a project that takes a long time. Maybe he's at Area 51 right now cooking that shit up with the aliens.
Maybe he's just, maybe the aliens just haven't given him the tech yet.
Who's to say? There's just no updates on it. So I'm excited to see Terrence Howard's update on these hydrogen proton geometry flying machines. But let's be fair here, let's take a peek at both sides. Terrence Howard actually did publish something trying to prove that 1 × 1 = 2 and that the world of science and math is wrong. You can read through the whole paper yourself if you'd like, and hopefully you'd come to the obvious conclusion that he is still incorrect in everything that he's breaking down here. He's using all these incredible leaps in logic to get to his conclusion. What I want to highlight though is in his own paper here, he has a whole section dedicated to the Anunnaki sky people.
No way! No fucking way! The Anunnaki? Oh my god! It is like going to our friend's house, honey. Holy fuck! Jesus Christ.
Some call them the Anunnaki, the Sky People, whoever they were that gave naive generations some 6,000 years ago a multiplication table and a flat view of universal geometry. They gave that poor, misguided people a false axiom upon which to build their world. In a paper that's supposed to all be about logic and math, where the fuck did the Anunnaki Sky People come from here like a jump scare? What?
Hindenburg would like a word.
In the world? That should immediately trigger your bullshit alarm.
Is he talking about... Okay, he's talking about capturing fusion energy, so he's just using completely the wrong words to do it. Okay.
That is unhinged to include in this. Like, it showcases that he fundamentally doesn't even understand where math comes from in the first place. He makes it seem like math is something that was given to us.
The Sky People brought it to us. We didn't actually discover math.
Math is not an invention. Math is a discovery. It's something we learned. It's not something that we created based upon an Anunnaki Sky People gift.
That's like saying time is an invention. No, we discovered time. Once we figured out math, then we figured out, hey, what if we built something to tell the passage of the day and stuff? Because the sun is moving across the sky, and the sundial, it's kind of working, but we'd like something a little bit more accurate. So let's build what are we gonna call a clock? We didn't invent time. We discovered it. Time's always been there.
A ruse from the Anunnaki. Also, I love how he can just slide in whatever nonsense he wants without any type of citation or proof behind it.
I don't give a shit. There's a major difference between hydrocarbons and hydrogen. Yeah. Reading the stuff he writes and listening to the words that come out of his mouth make me feel like I'm getting dumber. Yes.
Well, no, what the Anunnaki gave us 6,000 years ago. Well, trust me, I know. I was there, actually. I saw it. I'm immortal. I saw it. I was actually there during the trade of the Anunnaki geometry and the naive generation 6,000 years ago. That's how. That's my proof. That's my evidence. Like, people just take what he says and just run with it. Like, oh, that's great. And like, they ignore it. Like, on Joe Rogan, he had a whole section dedicated to how he can remember his birth.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Charlie.
I was inside my mother's womb.
At the very beginning, that's what he started off with.
And I was about maybe 6 months inside the womb. And I'm like, okay, don't forget I'm here. Okay. Don't forget. You go to sleep. You wake up again. Now something's moving in front of you. And you're like, oh, that's my friend. But I had a different name for it. I didn't know it was my hand.
That's my friend? Okay, he thought his hand was his friend. Okay.
But I knew I had a title for it. Go back to sleep, all of those things. Then ultimately you get ready to come out.
Time is simply a measurement to go over the length of day. We didn't discover time. Time has always existed. We just found a way to accurately measure it. Yeah. I think that's kind of what math is too. It's not really a discovery. It's a way to accurately measure what we see around us. It's a way to calculate like what's going on, because even nature has mathematical properties to it. That's why music is mathematical, and that's why you'll even hear musical sounds in nature. I think that math and music and like stuff like that are just things that have kind of always been around. We just didn't have a way to accurately delineate them.
I remember all of that.
You remember coming out?
Remember being compressed.
That is legitimately not possible.
They are called tools of observation.
There were some doctors that weighed in on this because a lot of people were like, this is incredible. He truly is like this super genius. He even remembers being in his mom's womb. You can't.
No.
You actually can't. You don't even start storing memories in your brain at those stages because it is still developing. So
yeah, your hippocampus doesn't even really, like, the region of your brain that is the hippocampus hasn't really started developing.
They're not fully developed, thus those parts that are responsible for memory storage and memory retrieval aren't there yet. You can't.
No.
And you certainly wouldn't be able to recall them. Now, a couple doctors did say that in very rare cases, you can recall some feelings, which is why if you had like a traumatic birth, that could play a role in your life later on.
Yeah.
Like, you do form memories as a baby, but due to infantile amnesia, you can't recall them. So the memories you're forming are things like your mother's face, shit like that. As a baby, you do form those memories. You can recall your mom's face, but as you grow up, you are never going to remember those moments.
That's why I only got that one very brief visual flash memory of my mom's face when I was looking up from my crib. I got that memory when I was 10. It lasted for about 10 seconds and then it was gone, and even right afterwards I wasn't able to remember it. And it made me really, really upset because it was gone and I wasn't able to get it back. That's basically, and that's what that doctor is talking about.
You can't. Except in like extraordinarily rare cases, which don't have a ton of documentation surrounding or proof around, but there are a couple of cases where people do claim that they can. But in Terrence Howard's case, not even those extraordinary circumstances go as far as him, where he's remembering in the womb and saying to himself, don't forget, and then giving a name to his hand. That's just ridiculous. And then he says that the proof of this on Rogan is that when his wife was pregnant, he'd shine a light on her belly.
Then, hey Bishop, I think for the first year a baby can see clearly for like 2 or 3 feet away. Then there's the spatial awareness of the eyes that don't really develop until 3 years old. Yep. Scientology believes you start developing engrams from trauma in the womb. Yeah. Well, Scientology is Scientology.
Belly and then play music. And he did that for like a week, and then he stopped shining that light and playing the music, and then the baby's hand pushed on his mother's stomach. That was his proof that Terrence Howard remembered everything in his mom's womb.
That's not
Once
proof.
again, a complete misunderstanding of the things that he's fucking talking about with it. And there were a lot of people that said like, oh, that was a really weird section, but he was right about everything else. Why are we ignoring things like that?
No,
that is not something you should ignore. That is very clearly a red flag in the logic and the person behind the logic.
Exactly. If he's gonna think like that and talk like that for the very first section of the podcast, why would you ignore everything else?
It's ridiculous. Like, they're like, oh, no, he was definitely weird about the whole remembering being in the womb nonsense. But he was totally right about
But he was right
gravity
about
not
everything
being, you know,
else.
like,
Yeah,
disproving
okay.
gravity, he fucking nailed. And 1 × 1 = 2, absolutely on the money with it. Been saying it for
Disproving
years.
gravity.
It's so ridiculous. People just...
And Joe didn't say anything. He didn't call him out. He just sat there and smoked his joint and was like, yep, cool.
want to believe in the most, like, I don't even know the right word for it. The most over-the-top special ideas just to feel like they're smarter than everyone else. At least that's the impression I get. Because there is no way you would ever logically reach these conclusions unless you just wanted to believe Terrence Howard because it's fun. And it makes you feel special. That's the only way. Because if you ever try and employ any of these in the real world, they fall on their fucking face. Again, 1 × 1 never equals 2. So if you ever try and use any of the teriology in your day-to-day life, it's not going to work. You're going to be left high and dry with your dick in your hand. It's not going to function. It can't. It doesn't. And for some reason, we are now in this age where people are just like, it doesn't matter. He's probably still right. Like, what the fuck? It's so stupid and frustrating. It really is. Like, again, I'm not even mad at Terrence Howard. Like, it's not a crime to be dumb.
No.
And it's not
a crime
wrong to like
believe
pursue
dumb
things
people.
outside of the already established,
That's
you know,
what it is.
mainstream belief system. I think that's extremely important to a healthy society. Always challenging the things that you're given. But this is the exact opposite. People aren't challenging what Terrence Howard is feeding them. They're just accepting it with a fucking smile on their face and not asking any questions. Terrence Howard pursuing this is not the biggest deal in the world to me. In fact, I do think in a lot of cases that can be really helpful. If someone goes out and challenges like some really well-established theories or whatever, like, let's see. It's always important. But he has come back with incorrect conclusions and still preaches about how everyone else is wrong, without ever demonstrating why he's right. He has nothing to show for his teriology. No creations, no inventions, nothing.
But he's gonna say he does. He's gonna say that he's proven or disproven gravity, and that he's gotten these what's it called? These machines coming to Uganda.
So it should immediately right there stop for him and be like, okay, you know what? This was, a fruitless endeavor. I didn't get anything out of this. Maybe the math that we have is correct and is consistent, because look at all we have to show for it. Look at all of this around us. We're surrounded by the product of mathematic breakthroughs. Yeah. And Terrence Howard's math has nothing like that. So it should have come back like, okay, it was worth a try, didn't happen, we move on. And then he could have gone into different avenues to pursue more knowledge or more discoveries, but he hasn't. He has locked himself down to something that is completely false, and he's taking as many people with him as he can. And I think that shit sucks. People need to stop just taking in other people's perspectives as their own and start actually just thinking for themselves and putting into practice the things that they're being told to see if they make sense and if they're right. That it's just, that's it. I mean, that's really about it. I'm not...
It's true though. There's no proof that he's right, and he just keeps saying over and over again, I'm right, I'm right, I'm right. And it's just sad, because there's nothing that he's right about. There's literally nothing that he's right about. But people and Joe Rogan is just, oh my god, he's such a genius. Oh. We have Oz Media's video, but there's the Combat Cast talking about Homelander right now too. And I'm like, what do I do? What do I do? Do I watch the Illuminati? Do I start tomorrow's stream with the Illuminati video and call it Terrifying Tuesday? And do I finish the stream off with the Combat Cast that's live right now? Or do I just not watch the Combat Cast? I'm trying to figure that out. I'm trying to figure that out. Because I want to do both. I want to do both, but I also want to be able to eat lunch and stuff. Oh, what do I do? Let's see if it's even started. Yep, they're live. Stronger, smarter, better. Oh, they've already been live for 19 minutes.
Can get in, kind of a brawler and all that, but then it's all tied together with his ability to fly, and that's what kind of.
Oh, she's going in and talking about it right now. Hold on.
Escape, stuff like that, and I think that's just a really neat kind of factor. Pretty straightforward.
Has she? No, she hasn't started going into Homelander yet.
Wrapped up in his ability to fly in a really kind of unique way.
Which we're going to, of course, show in the breakdown, and we're going to show Farrah as well. But before Farrah, let's...
Why are you muted?
Thank you.
Quality.
That's right. So, as you'd expect, not exactly a martial artist, more of a brawler. He just kind of punches you really quickly and really hard. I think it's
eating's
really
overrated. Just ask those Ugandans.
Yeah, just
fourth wall break.
The cockiness of it is great. He also has his eye beams, which he uses on his down 4, his sweep, and a bunch of his special moves, which we'll get into.
Lasers.
Yeah, he's a big fan of lasers.
Like, even his...
Nah, this is not gonna be good. We're just gonna do... You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do the Illuminati thing, because that's boring. She's boring. Let's do this. Because I want to go through this. Ah, why am I all the way down at the bottom? Holy crap. That's a lot of comments. I'm glad Oz has gotten the support. Okay, let's go back to share screen.
This is not the monstrosity of a documentary against Blair's actions. If anything, think of this as the prologue. We're here right now.
Oh God. This isn't even the video? Oh God. This isn't even the video. This is gonna be bad. This isn't even the... Okay.
Now because Blair, owner of Pyramid Entertainment LLC, or better known as her public YouTube personality Illuminati, Entertainment LLC, think of this as the prologue. We're here right now because Blair, owner of Pyramid Entertainment
LLC. No, that's not a red flag.
LLC, or better known as her public YouTube personality Illuminati, is currently in the process of suing me, as well as other prior employees for defamation and other claims. This video, as well as its subsequent parts, will serve as a public record of exactly what is going on behind the scenes.
Good.
Throughout these videos, I will actively be showing all and any evidence related to dismantling her claims against me, as well as the other parties she's involved in this misplaced legal crusade of hers. Seeing as I know this video will be heavily scrutinized by Blair's legal team, hi, and perhaps even shown in front of a court, also hi, I am fully willing to submit this video and its subsequent parts to the courts as further evidence, as I am willing to stand by these words, as I'm treating this as though I'm speaking under oath. I am also not stating this to add an air of authority to my words, as
this is awesome. I can't wait for this this is gonna be a good video. He's treating this like he's actually being deposed. This is gonna be good.
Blair's legal team has previously proposed. I want the truth known. And to do so, I'm going to publicly dissect her claims within this lawsuit to essentially lay bare my defense, as well as the defense for other parties involved. My section of the lawsuit will be covered in part 2, as I'm awaiting litigation privileges before I explore my portion of the lawsuit publicly. Despite this, there is still plenty of information on the ongoings in this video. My lawyer is aware I'm doing this. These legal proceedings have been ongoing for the past 8 to 9 months at this point in time. If it wasn't for the assistance I received with the GoFundMe back in September, I would not have been able to mount a legal defense. Of the amount donated, GoFundMe takes a fee with each donation. This can be seen on screen here with this nice little chart breakdown they provide. At this point in time, which more information can be found as an update in the original GoFundMe, this lawsuit has cost over $40,000.
Holy shit!
I've been posting all of my legal invoices for full transparency, and more will be posted soon. The redacted information within them is information subject to attorney-client privilege, which also spells out my current legal strategy. This would be foolish to allow Blair's legal team access. This is why the redactions are as heavy as they are, as they include itemized lists of my lawyer's actions throughout the case's initial proceedings. Despite how much has been spent so far, the legal proceedings are still in the beginning phase.
$40,000 so far. That he's been cost. That's crazy. That's crazy. And like, I'm so happy that he's being that it's being crowdfunded and people are helping him, but holy shit, 40 grand.
Phases. Blair's lawsuit, in my opinion, relies on the misconstruing of facts and utilizes a personally curated timeline, which she has constructed in order to gain the bare minimum standards of having this case proceed.
Which, by the way, she was submitting documents incorrectly beforehand. So that's like, that's what she's doing. She's on she submitted documents in the wrong format, I believe, and had to do it again.
Because I'm exhausted with the, in my opinion, legal shenanigans Blair is currently pulling, this video exists. We will be delving into that timeline and gutting it point by point, as both her lawyers and judge seem to be fully unaware that I am not the real cause of her pain and misery. Blair is. Blair's actions are the reason we are here, and I'll be demonstrating that shortly with a detailed timeline of events before we move into the dissection of her claims.
Oh, this is gonna be... I wonder how long the actual meat and potatoes documentary is going to be, because if this is an hour and 7 minutes and this is the prologue... Oh man.
If you would like a full breakdown of every court filing to date, I would recommend YouTuber Mad Catster. For now, I'll be focusing on what's current and minimizing the 100+ pages of legal proceedings down to only what's necessary over the next 2 parts.
100+.
For the next proceedings, I'll be launching a new GoFundMe because I have nearly exhausted the prior amounts donated. All donations will be used to defend all parties in opposition to Blair, not just myself.
Oh, cool. So he's trying to help, who else? The Click, Wonder, stuff like, who else is being sued? It's the Click, Oz Media, Wonderstruck, and somebody else.
All future legal invoices will be posted as they come from all parties who are in need of the funding. My goal with these uploads, assuming Blair does not take my offer, is to not only lay my defense bare for all legal parties to see, but for the online community as a whole. I intend to provide ample documentation to justify to all of you why another round of crowdfunding is being posted. This isn't just for myself anymore. This is also to defend employees that Blair is bringing legal action against as well. If Blair does accept my offer within the outro, I will be refunding the new GoFundMe once all terms are met, and the lawsuit is officially over.
Okay, so I wonder what the offer is. We'll have to take a look and see what the offer is.
Court filings and all. If you're curious as to why I'm even offering Blair a potential settlement in the outro, that will be explained there, as there are numerous factors in my personal life that I've recently had to heavily consider and prioritize minimizing or even removing causes of stress.
Well, probably that, and he just doesn't want to keep fighting this. He just wants this to be over. Probably everybody. Wonder probably does too. Like, this is a lot of unnecessary bullshit that nobody wanted.
That being said, I have no issue, hesitations, or fears in connection to proceeding with this lawsuit. I am confident in the direction things are going, and I just want to offer a path to end this before we're stuck in this for years on end.
Yeah.
This will be further explored in the outro.
Here we go.
As stated in my September update video, Blair and I dated, just in case this context is missing. It was never my goal to make any of this about relationship drama. However, despite the
However, Blair decided to do it herself. So, here we are.
Actual timeline of events which have occurred, Blair is trying to paint her entire downfall on YouTube as being nothing more than my actions towards her as a jealous ex. I'm not jealous towards your current partner, Blair. Only sympathetic.
Right, I feel sorry for your current partner. I don't want to be your... No. I don't feel jealousy at all.
All of you to fact check this timeline as I go. I'm being both as detailed and as quick as I can here because, again, Blair, in my opinion, is actively obfuscating the timeline in her lawsuit in an attempt to paint herself as a victim who did nothing to deserve the scrutiny delivered onto her.
I didn't do nothing wrong!
April 20th, 2023, the story begins with a tweet produced by Blair which attacked Legal Eagle for copying her style.
This is all over. Let's remember, folks, this is all because she got mad that Legal Eagle's team used a fucking paper crinkle thingy effect. Okay? That's why all of this is happening. Because she was dumb enough to be like, why are you copying my effects? It's like, dude, everybody uses those effects. They're in every editing pack you can get. Why are you being stupid? Like, this is stupid. Like, why?
Eagle would quickly retort, explaining he had been using these standard practice editing styles, which included standard documentarian effects, such as the classic skeuomorphism torn paper effect, as well as the simple action of highlighting text, which all can easily be found as stock templates online.
Thank you! Thank you!
In this Twitter thread, Blair had also levied accusations against members of Legal Eagle's team, as proof of this copying by showing an editor of Legal Eagle asking for help with how a certain effect is achieved.
Yeah, you know, what normal editor things do, like, hey, I've seen this effect used in your videos. I'd like to also use the effect in this client's videos that I'm editing. How do you do that? That's normal. That is a very normal thing.
This is standard practice amongst YouTubers and editors. Blair responded to Legal Eagle by deleting these accusations and did not provide a public apology or any form of public justification for her actions. This further stirred the pot and made people ask questions. This same day, April 20th, H-Bomber Guy would post a tweet publicly displaying an example of Blair copying a documentary herself, although he used the word plagiarism. At the time, I found it incredibly telling that H-Bomber Guy had such a specific clipped comparison ready to go that same day, with an exact video.
And didn't H-Bomber Guy put out a, hour-long documentary defending Blair after she apologized, or quote, apologized?
I do wonder if Blair had the same realization that I did, that the only way Harris would have a clip like this is if something major was in the works. Foreshadowing is a literal. On April 23rd, 3 days later, we would see Click post his Twitter thread. I emphasize the 3 days portion because at this point, Blair was still yet to address the Legal Eagle scenario, pushing Click, a former collaborator of hers, to publicly distance himself from her to avoid the flack that her actions had been causing for any and all who were at any point associated with her. This is not an accusation. I am just stating the unforeseen cause and effect of Blair's documented actions.
Right. A whole bunch of people had to start distancing. Wow. Okay. Distancing themselves from her because she wasn't addressing it properly. And they then had to start spilling tea. And they didn't want to.
This same night, from a bathtub apparently, Wonderstruck, now known as Hi I'm Wonder, would post his Twitter thread detailing his prior dealings with Blair, as well as the harm that he felt he suffered when close to her.
Fucking Haberman.
I was unaware that Wonder was going to make this tweet. He and I normally aren't on voice call when he's in the tub. This will be important later when we move into the details of the lawsuit, as Blair claims Wonder and I had essentially masterminded her downfall.
Oh,
I didn't know about the thread until I received a now deleted DM from Blair, asking me what she should do, followed by several missed calls from her.
Oz, help! What do I do? What do I do?
I wish I had a record of this Discord DM, but by the next morning, this DM would be deleted. Because Blair did not publicly provide a reason or explanation towards her actions, and with the emergence of H-Bomber Guy, Click, and Wonderstruck's threads, it left Twitter frenzied for answers. Those who were familiar with my connections to Blair, as it was public knowledge we were roommates, would begin to DM me or brigade my livestream chats with questions on the situation.
Oh, I'm sure that was fun. Because hadn't they split up by then at that point?
Questions such as if I still supported Blair and if I could provide a reason or explanation for her actions. It was because of users constantly asking me to answer on behalf of Blair, as well as my past colleagues, finally speaking out, that I broke my silence and posted my thread.
And that took, I think that was 4 or 5 days after
a thread where I took accountability for my actions in support of Blair and defended the credibility of my colleagues. I posted my Twitter thread April 24th, 2023
at 4 days.
Roughly 4 a.m. my time. That same morning, I have this text message interaction with Blair. Please note, it is only because of the current trajectory of this lawsuit with myself awaiting litigation privileges on these matters that I am no longer leaving my information redacted.
So he's showing his info, which makes sense.
As I had previously intended to do so now 1 year ago.
Public record anyway.
Blair, Monday, April 24th at 8:24 a.m. So I just saw your tweets, and now I understand why when I called you, you didn't answer. I'm going to take some time to formulate my thoughts, but ultimately, Oz, I hope you really do find your happiness in life. I hope you find your peace, your satisfaction, your perfect black cat, all of that.
That just sounds like a bunch of gaslighting, narcissistic stuff to me.
I'm not sure what you want from an outcome in this situation, but I guess I'll have to figure that out later. Blair, I just want you to realize you've caused pain. You've caused me pain. I don't care about the drama.
You've caused me pain. I don't care about the drama. Dude, you went after a lawyer, a law tuber, for having a torn paper effect in his videos and said that he copied you.
Just want you to realize how much you've hurt me. I've been doing my best to hold everything in for years now at this point. If you actually did read my thread, you would know what I want.
Oh,
Peace.
Blair.
I just want to be free. I just want to be able to breathe. I have read that you want peace. I thought we were doing better. I wish it could have been something we talked about on our own time instead of dogpiling. I'm left more confused than anything. Well, I assume you don't want to talk anymore. All I ever wanted was for you to realize you hurt me. Not just in the relationship, I do not care about that. You hurt me as a person to my very core.
I think that's Oz saying that. You hurt me as a person to my very core. I think that's Oz saying that to Blair.
At some point, Blair, you need to see the pattern as a person to my very core.
This is Oz to Blair.
At some point, Blair, you need to see the pattern. Well, Oz, I cared about the relationship too. I cared about all of it. You hurt me as a person too, and ripped everything wide open today.
Ripped everything wide open. Why? Because your bullshit was exposed?
And if doing this all to me helps you feel better, then that's okay. I'll take it. I'm sorry, Oz. I hope that
the martyrdom.
this helps you find your peace. Except you aren't. You're going to continue to drag my name through the mud. You're going to continue to be who you are. And that's okay. I just hope that you...
Whoa. Don't forget, she also ignored the question from Legal Eagle's editor asking her about it. True. That is true. She did do that.
You stop painting people as your weekly villain. It's your biggest flaw and it's always gotten you in the most trouble. It's what caused the most harm. Blair, I'm sorry I ripped everything wide open, but I never had the chance to heal. I never had the chance to feel peace. Instead, I went to therapy and have a PTSD diagnosis. Instead, I gave myself chemical burns because I was too scared to say no. I'm afraid of you, Blair.
God damn, Oz. That's vulnerability right there. To actually read this out loud in this video, like, that had to probably take a lot to read.
I'm getting a second opinion on the PTSD. I don't want it to be true and I don't trust Talkspace to that extent. What the hell are you talking about with chemical burns? And this purple portion here is Blair airing her mental health. I'm leaving this censored.
See, this is how much of a good person he is. He's still not willing to air her dirty laundry, no matter how much she does to him.
I don't want to drag your name in the mud, which is why I'm going to you instead of Twitter or whatever. I would go to an actual doctor. Colorado is tightening down on telemedicine stuff, FYI. I'm working on it. Thanks for the heads up. I would rather talk to you in a phone call, in person, whatever. I would rather try to work on things and work out things over, I don't know, whatever else the other options are. I don't want either of us hurting. I know there is no band-aid solution, but I know talking helps.
Yeah, talking helps usually if you're talking to somebody that's rational. But if you're not going to be rational, Blair, then there's no point in talking.
Just for some context, why I didn't take this is because Blair does have a habit of recording conversations. This is evident with the Madison situation from Cruel Happy Mind. I was fearful she would take my words out of context to suit her narrative. I need time. I need to see a real therapist first. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry you're hurting as well, I really am, but I need to start putting my needs first.
Yep.
I will put my needs first too. Good luck out there.
She's literally regurgitating what he says back to him and then just saying it's her.
Take care, please. Can't guarantee that, but I will be alive. Just so we're clear, that was a joke. Probably a bad one, but a joke. And I'll have the officer remove the bolo off of your house too.
Oh!
I guess I'll be heading down then. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to have it in my name either.
Wow. I'll have the officer remove the bolo off of your house. Lovely.
Just show them any verifiable threats and they'll do it. And this was the last time I spoke to Blair. For additional context, the bolo in question, as Blair described it, was essentially swatting protection. It was a way that if someone were to attempt to swat my home, the officer in question would then look up my address and see that I am a public figure and give me a call before showing up to my door in SWAT gear.
So she wanted to take that off
Blair removed this protection when I spoke out against her, or at least she claims.
Wow.
I don't know if this actually exists or not. But to me, in my eyes, on this day, after I had spoken out against Blair, Blair removed protections that I would have against swatting. Protections which she did in fact put in place, but had also explained to me what the purpose of them were.
They were supposed to be to protect her, probably, not him.
There is a lot to unpack here. However, these messages are important as I believe they help demonstrate why I have come to the conclusions I have on her motives. It is worth noting, I am the one who asked for space. I am the one who wanted nothing to do with her. She is the one who apologized and desperately sought out a rapid solution to remove my words from the internet. I finally said no. This same day, April 24th, One Topic would post his thread in opposition to Blair. April 28th, Blair would upload her video, Illuminati Exposed, which served as a direct response to her detractors. Blair
And where she just aired everybody's dirty laundry all over the place. And it was bad.
had taken drama off of Twitter with minimal viewership and plastered it before her large audience for the world to see. In
That protection exists depending on the police department. Okay.
this video, she finally showed that she did in fact apologize to Legal Eagle in private. If this was made public, I believe we would not be here right now.
So she was too cowardly to apologize in public, but she could call him out in public.
As myself and others would not have received questions and pressure from viewers to make a statement.
Nope.
In this video, which is still public, Blair attempted to address the Twitter threads from both Click and Wonder. In doing so, she also used this opportunity to leverage several accusations against them. Accusations which she, as it appears based on her actions, had been holding on for nearly 3 years to use at her convenience for an exact moment like this.
Weaponized information, basically. She was waiting for this moment, it felt like, and like orchestrated it. Mudahar has one like that with Toronto police. We kind of have one like that with the OPP. Okay.
In my opinion, based on what we see from these events, either Blair knew her evidence was a misrepresentation of facts and only worth sharing as a Hail Mary attempt to destroy someone's reputation, or she willingly held evidence of minors being harmed within Click's server and only reported on it 3 years later when it benefited her.
I'm gonna go with the first option.
I cannot fathom any other reason for the events transpiring the way that they have. In fact, back in 2020, by the way she spoke within her messages, Blair seemed very eager to find an opportunity to destroy Click with this exact evidence.
That's kind of weird. Like, why would you be eager to destroy somebody you work with? I don't understand that. Either work with them or don't work with them. Why do you need to destroy them?
Or, to use her words from 2020, nah, I'm not gonna attack Click unless it becomes public gossip or a drama channel picks it up. Then I will nuke him.
Yeah, when I can jump on board the drama train, then I'll nuke him. Yeah, that's great there, Blair.
In this response video, Blair accused Click of some fairly horrendous things, which he did address in full within his own response video. Now, this is a retelling of well-documented public events which transpired publicly. None of this is new information. Blair also had a chapter dedicated to Wonder where she plastered his mental health for the world to see.
Even his suicide note, which was really fucked up. There's no reason to post somebody's note where they're talking about ending it all. That's not okay.
Wonder is a former employee of Blair's, meaning that Blair had exposed private and sensitive information, also known as PII, which included conversations she had with his therapist for her entire audience of, at the time, roughly 1.7 million subscribers. Blair also accused Wonder of mistreatment of his dog, as well as other false accusations that Wonder was
His dog got sick. That he didn't mistreat his dog. His dog got sick.
Was forced to address. There is, of course, the infamous 3-minute section dedicated to me where Blair is in tears. I have my own opinion on these tears, but I plan to tackle this at a different time, as it serves no purpose here beyond pointing out that, in my opinion, Blair is attempting to leverage private details for public pity, which some people did in fact take at face value, and demanded I apologize to Blair on various platforms. This section's cumbersome wording is very particular to the legal side of things that will make sense when looking at her, in my opinion, legal hypocrisy. She played in the mud just as much as everyone else did. I cannot emphasize enough that Blair had taken Click and Wonder's Twitter complaints and negative experiences of her past behavior, complaints made publicly as reasoning for their discontinued association with her.
And valid complaints, by the way. Completely valid. People are allowed to complain about you if something goes wrong.
After her public folly with Legal Eagle, and would then post a response video where she herself levied accusations against other content creators, which warranted a response to defend themselves against her claims. I understand that to a vast majority of you, this is obvious, but Blair attempts to paint her video as an attempt to de-escalate matters within the original filings of the lawsuit. Ironically, this factual allegation was later mysteriously removed in future amended versions of her legal complaint. 34. Regarding the false accusations listed above, Blair made one public post, attempting to debunk the misinformation. She has not publicly addressed the situation further in an attempt to de-escalate it. While I have my theories on why this was removed, the exact details are unknown. In her current complaint, there is currently no reference to her ever uploading this video or any of the public comments she's made, making it appear as though she never played in the mud, and her criticisms came from nowhere.
That's insane.
Here's a quick search in the second amended complaint to demonstrate this.
How
this
can
document
you not even mention you uploaded a 40-minute video? That's nuts. Like, it's still there. It'll be easy for Oz's lawyers to pull it up and be like, hey, is this your channel? Is this your video? Why didn't you mention that?
will be on full display in future chapters within part 2. More on this, of course, when we reach the legal debunking. Sorry to edge you all on like this with this tease, but my point here is that Blair's story has already had numerous revisions, and she sees her video as an attempt at de-escalation. If you recall, among the many other accusations she levies, Blair accused YouTuber The Click of harboring pedophiles in his Discord server.
The guy that he immediately booted out as soon as he heard about it.
In what world this is a de-escalation? I cannot say. Now, of course, I do believe that Blair is entitled to speak publicly on her personal retelling of events. However, I personally find it to be brash, hypocritical, and even monstrous to then sue those who argue against said retelling of events. Something rocks in glass houses. Following Blair's April 20th video, this would of course follow with a twit longer drafted by Wonder, posted April 29th, in a rapid attempt to defend himself from the multitude of new allegations that Blair had dropped on his doorstep. May 2nd, Click would upload his response, detailing his experiences with Sad Milk as well as what he had personally gone through.
And he went through the ringer. Like, his video was hard to watch. That video, like, where he was just so vulnerable and talked about everything that he went through, that was hard to watch.
Near the end of this video, documentation is shown from an individual who was previously anonymous, which helped provide Click with supporting evidence to bolster his claims as well as to dismantle the many accusations thrown forward by Blair. This individual is now being sued by Blair. His online handle is Felix the Kit Kat. He was a former Discord moderator, later turned manager at Pyramid Entertainment LLC. We will be diving into his portion of the lawsuit later in this video, in dismantling the claims Blair has set forth within her lawsuit. It is of my opinion that Felix has been included for retaliatory reasons, as with him being a former employee.
You betrayed me, I'm suing you. That's exactly what this is.
Blair had access to his home address and thus the means to serve him with legal papers. Felix is among the individuals who the new GoFundMe will be aiding. May 11th would be the date that Wonder would release his video, an hour-and-a-half long rebuke of the claims Blair had laid out against him, some of which include refuting the alleged mistreatment of his dog, James, as well as being forced to out elements of his mental health. Wonder was forced to relive his trauma in front of the world because Blair, in my opinion, either recklessly and carelessly or purposefully and meticulously included them.
That was purposeful. That was absolutely purposeful.
As attempts to attack his character and credibility to lower the needed public standard of evidence so she could pin him as being a mentally unstable ingrate who mistreats his dog. I also made cameo interviews in this video where I spoke on what I witnessed during the time that Wonder was living with Blair and I, giving third-party account to some of the personal stories that Blair made public. My words in this video were in response to Blair's public comments. I will add that as of this video's production, Wonder has not been served by the courts and is currently on the table for dismissal.
Oh, good. Good.
If he does get served, the GoFundMe will be at his disposal for legal fees as well. This then leads to Blair's infamous posts made to her YouTube community tab and Twitter on May 26th, speaking on how she intends to clear the false allegations that have surfaced against her.
You mean the ones that have receipts? You mean those?
Let's actually take a peek at this real quick. Hey everyone, I'm fully aware of the recent false allegations that have surfaced. I want to take a moment to publicly state that I am taking these allegations seriously and am committed to rectifying this situation promptly and appropriately. I understand the concerns and potential impact that these false allegations have caused. My team and I are actively working behind the scenes to gather all relevant facts. I am committed to transparency and accountability throughout this process. Rest assured that I am taking decisive action to address this situation. I will provide updates and communicate any necessary actions as soon as possible.
And then she doesn't talk about it at all ever again.
Thank you to those of you who are standing by me during this challenging time. I will not allow these false allegations to be weaponized as a way to silence my voice. I appreciate your patience and understanding during this challenging time. I am dedicated to upholding my channel's values and delivering on our commitments.
Dedicated to uploading your channel's values. Yeah, you kind of nuked that out of the air a while ago.
I am confident that the truth will prevail. Sincerely, Blair Zahn. I would like to note that Blair has been publicly silent on her platform for an entire year on this matter. Blair claimed that false allegations were being weaponized to silence her voice, but she has, in my opinion, been weaponizing the legal system to silence further criticism of her actions. I too, Blair, am confident the truth will prevail, which is why I'm actually breaking my silence, because I'm exhausted with playing the game your way.
Yeah, and he shouldn't have to. He shouldn't have to play the game her way if she's just making things work like worse for him, and he's done nothing but like stay silent and be polite and everything. Why should he continue?
This would follow with the very next day, Blair sending out cease and desist to first Wonder and then later myself roughly 1 week later, June 5th. At this point, and up until September of 2023, I would have only made a single Twitter thread, as well as possibly 5 minutes of cameo time in Wonder's video discussing matters which Blair had previously made public. Between the two seasons...
Nobody else but Blair got any of this going. Nobody wanted to bring it up. Nobody wanted to spill the tea. Everybody had smaller channels than hers. So everybody was like, she's just gonna bury us anyway. We're just gonna not say anything. We'll just knuckle under and deal with it. And then she opened her mouth and spilled a whole bunch of tea, and then they were like, fuck, now we have to say something.
Cease and desists, we would see One Topic release a video discussing his experiences with Sad Milk on June 2nd. His video was made for his audience and acted as more of an open form of communication with those who had questions.
Right.
It wasn't chock full of screenshots, and he really had nothing to prove. We would then see the release of Swoop's video June 6th, which I was barely even mentioned in. This will be important for the second part.
Swoop also did a good video. I watched that as well.
In the following week, specifically June 14th, 2023 at 9:03 a.m., which I would also like to add that these were denied by the court, which is why I had never heard of them until very recently. 2 civil protection orders against myself as well as Wonder were filed by Blair. Blair cites general harassment that she had received as grounds for her civil protection against Wonder. Now, I would like to firmly state that if you've ever sent a threat of any kind to Blair, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, that doesn't help. Sending threats to Blair, like, it's not helpful to Wonder or Oz or anything like that. It might make you feel better, but it doesn't help anything.
I don't want you in my audience or even remotely associated with me.
No,
You're selfish and only stroking your own ego, while simultaneously hurting everyone involved.
Yep.
But with that being said, I do want to briefly talk about a few details in the CPO ordered against me, which, again, was denied, where Blair accuses me of beating her dog, Casper. I deeply cared for him, and I find this accusation thrown into a CPO for sympathy from the judge to be revolting.
Oz beating a dog. Yeah, okay, sure.
I also, in my personal opinion, believe that this is further evidence of Blair twisting and manipulating facts, or in some cases, just outright lying. How fucking dare you accuse me of beating Casper after everything I did for you and him, which, in your own video, Blair, you said it yourself, how much help I provided with Casper. There is more squabble listed within these denied CPOs that are just not worth entertaining at this moment, but if you do have more questions on these, I would like to refer you to Vangelina Skov, as she was able to cover these in full before their removal by the original leaker.
So, she actually tried to get an order of protection. That is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. That's just nuts.
Moving on from my personal emotions, the terms of both said CPOs are this. Petitioner requests that this court order to delete all posts X has made to social media since April 23rd, 2023, pertaining to Sad Milk, Petitioner, or her social media platforms. Refrain from posting about Petitioner or her social media content on any of his social media accounts or on the social media accounts of others. Refrain from posting in the comments section of any of Petitioner's social media accounts. Refrain from interacting in any way with Petitioner's social media posts. Refrain from encouraging any third party to post in the comments section of Petitioner's social media accounts, or reposting any of Petitioner's original content for any purpose. Refrain from making any videos or media posts about
the shit he wasn't doing. He wasn't in her comments. He wasn't reposting her shit. He wasn't encouraging people to go comment on her shit.
Petitioner. This, in my opinion, was an attempt at a gag order to prevent all future posting on Blair. Specifically, in my opinion, to lay the groundwork for her to begin her lawsuit unopposed with no worry of public retaliation, as well as to prevent any and all future responses from being posted. It is my opinion that Blair had the motives to silence the critics so she could begin her attempt at rewriting the public narrative. The one we will see shortly within the lawsuit. The timeline becomes quiet until July 26th, 2023, where we would see 2 new videos posted about Blair, with their own original stories to tell, one from Cruel World Happy Mind as well as Savannah Marie.
I felt really bad for the Cruel World Happy Mind lady because she was dealing with a really hard pregnancy. She had like the really harsh morning sickness. I actually had it too with my first kid, where you have to take like a specific pill, otherwise you can't eat and you won't be able to gain the proper weight for your baby, and your baby won't be nourished properly. And she was dealing with Blair while she was going through it. It's called hypergravasthenia, I think it's called. It's nasty. It's a nasty version of morning sickness. It fucking sucks.
Cruel World Happy Mind would detail her alleged experiences with Blair and how, according to Cruel World Happy Mind, while pregnant, she fell subject to a harassment campaign from Blair, and how Blair, in her eyes, actively weaponized a potential loss of pregnancy from how sick the stress made her to silence Madison from Cruel World Happy Mind.
Yeah. She literally was like, he dropped her like a hot rock, and she was pissed about not being cared about. Yep.
Savannah Marie levies accusations of plagiarism, the second person to make this accusation against Blair. Now, this is where my September video partially begins to come into play. Unfortunately, due to the slow crawl of legal processors, I would only be aware of half of Blair's actions at this time. On August 22nd, 2023, Blair began the official proceedings to put my home into foreclosure. If you are unaware of the details on this, please see my September upload titled Let's Talk Illuminati Drama Update.
Yeah.
In this video, I explain the details of how I even ended up in this position.
And it was hard. Like, she put all her debt in his name. And he was like, I think he's like 5 years younger than she is.
This foreclosure process was based upon a debt that I had accrued with her while we were dating. I had no warning, no notice of behind payments, no communication that this would be happening. Instead, I found out from a realtor who excitedly told me my condition of foreclosure and asked to purchase my home from me. What a way to wake up.
No shit.
To further clarify, as I said—
Holy fuck. Hey, congratulations. How much money can I offer you for your house? What?
In my September video, I was indeed behind on payments. It is my opinion that Blair introduced a payment structure that she knew I would be destined to fall behind on.
Yeah.
I, originally, wasn't concerned, as before I foolishly signed those deeds of trust, Blair assured me that the only way she would get her payments was if I paid or if the home was sold. I never took the time to realize that she meant she could sell my home through foreclosure.
Not
if
him,
I knew
not him. No, it's just her being able to sell the home, and he would be completely screwed and have nowhere to go.
Granted her this power, I would have never signed those documents.
No.
Again, if this is all new information, please go see my September update video. August 29th, 2023, Blair would submit a new set of temporary restraining orders, which were denied, as well as her lawsuit against Felix, Wonder, and myself for defamation and breach of contract. It is of my opinion that Blair timed these events so I could only fight one, the foreclosure or the lawsuit, not both. I do believe that if I did not speak out against her in April, she would not have put my home through foreclosure proceedings. With these actions timed alongside the lawsuit, it does make me firmly believe, in my opinion, it's retaliatory in nature.
There's no other way. There's nothing else it could be. It has to be retaliatory. There's nothing else it could be.
The restraining orders in question were to, once more, prevent publication of any information on Blair. In this restraining order, Blair directly cites the video I was originally producing as a documentary on her actions as grounds to allow this pseudo-gag order to proceed. Quoting this TRO, "Here, however, plaintiff's request for relief will cause defendants no harm, because they simply must refrain from publishing what is essentially an online op-ed piece, which—
Oh, bullshit. No, it is a defense.
they have admitted will lambaste plaintiffs. Should the court deem plaintiffs' claims to be unnecessary, defendants can simply publish their video." Scared of something? Truth being, before we get into more details, Blair could have easily just responded. But the silence and sudden bombardment of legal speaks volumes, Blair. Because please remember, at this point of her filings, I'd only made a public Twitter thread and approximately 5 minutes worth of cameo time in an interview in Wonder's video. I would not be made aware of the lawsuit or legal filings until September 27th, more than a week after my September video was published. I had elected, out of respect for the legal system, to remain silent until now. It's not that I'm lacking respect for it with the publication of this video, I'm lacking respect for Blair.
Yeah, he's just done. He's literally just done with Blair's bullshit. He just wants to defend himself, get his ducks in a row, put the timeline up in order, and show that he's not full of shit, and show that Blair is full of shit.
And the escapades she's elected to throw me into. The legal proceedings have been grueling, from a mix of anxiety-laden sleepless nights to curveballs that throw off my entire day. It can be very difficult to live a normal life when every day is filled with stress and anxiety.
I don't blame you. Like, you've gotta wake up and be like, what the fuck's she gonna do this time?
Every email notification laced with dread. It's exhausting. And this video exists because I'm tired. The lawsuit starts with the service in late September, roughly a week or so after my September upload, specifically September 27th. I would be in and out of calls with my lawyer, going over the facts of the matter, looking over everything I could and providing as much evidence as possible. Unfortunately, I can't just drop a folder of evidence on the judge's desk with a solid nuh-uh and walk away.
Yeah, no, that doesn't work. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. It's ma'am. Hi, Parody Bear.
A shame, really. The inner workings for how the legal proceedings have gone so far are mostly publicly documented by the creators previously mentioned.
Earbuds died. My earbuds died. No. What do I? Okay, I know what we'll do. We'll mute the microphone. Oh, there they go. There go the earbuds. They died. I thought I was gonna get through. the stream. I will mute the microphone while I'm playing a little bit of the thing, and then I will unmute and comment. That's what I'll do. Okay. So here we go. I'm just gonna mute, and then we're gonna play a little bit, and then I'll unmute.
Proceedings have gone so far are mostly publicly documented by the creators previously mentioned. If the time comes, I will explore the full timeline of the lawsuit, including Blair's attempts at settling this lawsuit.
Wait, she actually tried to settle already? That's crazy. I think he goes by they. But yeah, it's I didn't know she tried to settle already.
Grotesquely in her favor, for all parties involved. But for now, I'm leaving these be. Once you make it to the outro, my reasoning will make sense. During the proceedings of this lawsuit, H-Bomber Guy would upload not one, but 2 videos covering Blair's prior acts of plagiarism.
Fucking H-Bomber, and he was backing her up.
One being a 40-minute section within a 4-hour-long 20 million view video, as well as an individually uploaded 20-minute video with over 3 million views focusing exclusively on Blair. More people are aware of Blair because of H-Bomber Guy than they are for any of the other drama-related reasons surrounding her. This timeline will be extremely important for the following chapters. Again, I implore all of you to double check, as I was only focusing on videos related to the lawsuit in question, as well as all and any first-party sources. This now leads us to Felix.
So now we've got to discover what Felix the Kit Kat is dealing with. And this should be interesting.
Through the last 9 months, Felix and I have been wading through the murky waters of a lawsuit Blair has set forth. If you're unfamiliar with the nitty-gritty of the legal proceedings at play and still don't recognize who Felix the Kit Kat is, again, this is a former Discord moderator for Blair turned employee at Pyramid Entertainment, the leading plaintiff, in this lawsuit Blair has hoisted us into.
In other words, in Blair's eyes, a complete traitor.
As of the time of writing, Felix's motion to dismiss was denied, and he will be proceeding through standard legal proceedings with Blair. I will be going into the specifics of the judge's order shortly, and to firmly clarify, the judge is not connected to or well educated on the YouTube space, nor the drama which has transpired.
Oh, well, this judge is about to get a very, very, very deep lesson, isn't he? Oh my god, this poor judge.
He is doing his job and acting according to the documents provided in front of him. More on this soon, as the legal system is far more complicated than an episode of Law & Order may lead you to believe. As a reminder, the lawsuit isn't even out of the starting gate. This could turn into an exhausting fight ahead of all of us, and is far from over for those of us who are directly involved.
And I think that's why he wants to settle. Because... and my phone just died. I think he wants to settle because he knows that this is gonna be hell for literally everybody. And he just, as much as he's sick and tired of Blair and her bullshit, he doesn't want anybody to have to go through this legal battle. It's not something that he's interested in. And I'm pretty sure that as much as Blair wants to say she wants to do this, I don't think she wants to do this either. Like, this could take years.
It'll be my purpose here to present Blair's claims against Felix, the counter towards them, and why I feel these claims were created in bad faith, as well as going over why the judge made his ruling the way he did, as, in my opinion, it helps to shine light into Blair's legal strategy at hand. Referring back to the timeline provided earlier, on May 2nd, 2023, YouTuber The Click, a comedy and meme channel, this will be an important distinction for later, produced his response to the April 20th video, Illuminati Exposed, where Blair had levied multiple allegations of misconduct against Click. Click responded to these accusations with a 30-minute response to an 8-minute chapter within Blair's video, thoroughly, in my opinion, clearing his name. I would also like to give the information specifically in this case to Blair and her lawyers that I did not reach out to Felix nor had contact with Felix since his departure from Pyramid Entertainment LLC until April 24th. Where Felix would initially reach out to me, as seen here. He would later reach out once again, shortly after Blair's public video.
So this is Felix. Felix basically saw Blair's video, I think, and went, "Ooh, I don't like this," and reached out to Oz. Now, for you guys who are wondering what the hell is Blind Press doing, I'm just getting chat pulled up on my phone while it's charging, so I do apologize, but I'm just trying to get up so I can see what you guys are saying.
Where he felt that Blair had improperly retold events, as Felix was a direct witness to what had transpired with Click. Felix, of his own volition, wanted to help set the record straight on information unrelated to the operations of Pyramid Entertainment LLC. Within Click's video, the final chapter includes screenshots from a redacted individual. This individual in question was Felix the Kit Kat. In these screenshots, Felix provides documentation of Blair offering him $200 to sift through prior Sad Milk recordings to find evidence of Click using the R word.
So she was literally going to pay this guy to try to find dirt on a former colleague just because she's upset with how people are reacting to the fact that she spilled a bunch of tea that she didn't have to spill.
These screenshots in question are what Blair is suing for defamation, as well as breach of contract. What is not included within this lawsuit, however, is the screenshot evidence provided by Felix of Blair owning the alt account that was created to harass Click, as well as his cohorts in 2020.
Oh, the Doobie Schmirks account. Yeah, that account that she owned and operated and used to retweet her own shit.
Take this information as you will. Blair is willing to sue over a DM showing her paying one of her, at the time, Discord moderators $200 to dig up dirt on a prior collaborator, but Blair is not suing about the disclosure of information about owning an alt account to harass other YouTubers. Take that as you will. The claims against Felix the Kit Kat listed within the lawsuit are as follows. If you want the drama attached to the individual filings, you can visit Madcaster's channel where he's broken down each filing for the layman, as well as Vangelina Skov and more recently Tamimi.
And I do like that he's shouting out other creators that are covering all this stuff, but I'm here at the source because I would like to hear from Oz himself about this and what's going on with it. I appreciate the creators that are breaking this stuff down, but I would like to hear it from the source. Now, before we continue, we're going to do a break. I'm going to go to the bathroom. So, you guys, if you need to do the same thing or refill your drink, do that. We'll be right back. And we'll finish this video off. We've got just about half an hour left. Okay, we're back. Let's get this going and finish this video off.
Up first, as claims against Felix, whose full name will be disclosure of information about owning an alt account to harass other YouTubers. Take that as you will. The claims against Felix the Kit Kat listed within the lawsuit are as follows. If you want the drama attached to the individual filings, you can visit Madcaster's channel where he's broken down each filing for the layman, as well as Evangelina Skov and more recently Tamimi. Up first, as claims against Felix, whose full name will be censored using orange. Defendant Felix is a former employee of plaintiffs. As a note, his employment began at or around the time of May 5th, 2021. As disclosed in the factual allegation number 18, Blair states, defendant Felix signed a confidentiality agreement on May 5th, 2021, signed the Felix agreement, which all employees are required to sign as a condition of employment.
So they have to sign this weird, like, confidentiality agreement? Dude, you're a YouTuber creating content. What confidentiality agreement do you need to have your employees sign? What the hell? That's kind of weird.
63. Felix is in violation of this Felix agreement by turning over private messages between himself and Blair to another YouTuber, Mark Dreck, to exploit in a YouTube video made to slander plaintiffs. This video is available at, then YouTube link, and is titled Illuminati and Sad Milk.
It's not harassment and defamation and slander if it's true, Blair. Sorry.
The video was not produced, as Blair stated, to slander plaintiffs. This video, made by Click, was in self-defense from Blair. Felix came to the aid of someone defending themselves. What Blair has done in this lawsuit is completely remove any and all instances or references of her public statements to make it appear as though any attack against her is slanderous. Please recall the previous removal of factual allegation 34 from the prior version of the lawsuit.
Yeah, she literally took out the fact that she made a video addressing the whole thing in her initial documentation.
Again, 34. Regarding the false accusations listed above, Blair made one public post, attempting to debunk the misinformation. She has not publicly addressed this situation further in an attempt to de-escalate it. Once more, mention of this no longer exists within the lawsuit. The screenshot in question happened November 10th, 2020, nearly 7 months before Felix's employment under Pyramid Entertainment. The NDA should not cover private messages unrelated to Pyramid LLC.
No, she asked him for, she offered to pay him for dirt before he was employed, so that doesn't count. Like, his quote NDA, which, by the way, NDAs are usually garbage anyways. This NDA doesn't apply because he wasn't working for her.
It appears to me that Blair is attempting to claim that every conversation she has ever had with an employee throughout all of time, even matters unrelated to Pyramid Entertainment, are under NDA. These DMs were in specific relation to a group collaboration channel known as Sad Milk, which included the likes of Damian Lee, Flinders, Hi I'm Wonder, One Topic, The Click, Salty, and myself, and of course Blair. Sad Milk is operated as a different corporate entity with its own distinct EIN, known as Wet Sox LLC, which is a sibling company to Pyramid Entertainment.
And it's crazy that these, like, I don't understand, like, creating LLCs for a YouTube channel. I don't understand that.
Both are owned by the same umbrella company that holds my debt. If any argument were to be made about this being work contributed by Felix, the actions taken were not in service to Pyramid Entertainment, but instead Wet Sox LLC. However, there was no employment contract or NDA attached to these actions in service to Wet Sox. The files in question are related to old audio recordings of Sad Milk videos, not Pyramid.
And that's important because if she's suing as Blair and Pyramid, she can't then go after people for revealing stuff to deal with the other LLC. Oh.
It is also important to point out that these actions in question were not, to my knowledge, normal company practice to specifically target employees who were low on money to dig up dirt on prior collaborators of Blair's. Then, to pay said employee with a PayPal transaction. To further add, Click was contracted talent for Wet Sox LLC, as Blair herself demonstrated at 11:14 in her own video, where she briefly shows on screen the Sad Milk Entertainment contract.
So Click wasn't even contracted for Pyramid. He was contracted for Wet Sox, which means anything that Felix would have dug up to deal with Blind Press Media Group should technically be an LLC. I wonder if I put an LLC or whatever together, if I could then get like grants and disability media grants and stuff.
Which she refers to as the agreement. I would also like to add that if this was official company business, there should be a documented 1099 form or other specific documentation to show the payments to Felix are properly documented for specifically Pyramid Entertainment. After talking with Felix and being shown his TurboTax filing from 2020, I can confidently state neither this 1099 nor any form of company documentation exists to specify this payment as being directly in service of Pyramid Entertainment.
Which basically means it was, hey, do me this favor and find this dirt, here's some money. That's not contract work.
As of this time, we only have a PayPal transfer listed as video review. Mind you, there are no PayPal transfer fees attached to this amount. PayPal takes a fee for business-related transactions. This can range widely, but the common fee for a company transfer is 3.49% with an additional 49 cents per transaction. This means that this transaction is most likely listed internally with PayPal as a friends and family transfer, as before July 28th, 2022, it was possible for a business PayPal account to send money via a friends and family transfer.
That is true. So that is probably what she did. I don't think she sent him like an invoiced thing for this $200 dirt finding expedition.
This transfer was made in November of 2020, nearly 2 years before this policy change occurred. To me, in my opinion, based on the evidence I have in front of me, this appears to be an under-the-table task assigned to him with no documentation of how that money was categorized, with the payment being labeled within PayPal as friends and family, similar to paying your neighbor's kid to mow the lawn.
Yep, paying your neighbor's kid to mow the lawn, paying your buddy to dig up some dirt on somebody, same thing.
And on top of that, the assignment was specifically in service to Wet Sox, not Pyramid Entertainment LLC, and specifically involved prior contractors, Click, of Wet Sox LLC, not Pyramid Entertainment. In my eyes, I see this as Blair retroactively changing the events of 2020 to fit her narrative within the lawsuit. The simple truth is, this conversation was held November of 2020, and he was hired May of 2021. Blair is trying to claim that these were company communications and has framed it as such to make the lawsuit stick.
That's like saying I hired my best friend, but and then you can't have anything. You can't have access to any conversations that we had before I hired her, because I hired her and now everything that she said about me is privileged. Yeah, no.
Factual Claim 64. Regarding these messages, defendant Felix edited selectively picked messages to create the appearance that Blair made statements that she did not. He thereby created a false narrative that was damaging to the plaintiffs. Felix, when the lawsuit was served to him, more on why that's on air quotes later, posted on Twitter informing the public of his circumstance, while also providing the full context of the screenshot in question, which provides no room to argue for cherry picking, as Blair has argued in her suit. Blair does later in this suit confirm the validity of these screenshots by stating she cross-referenced them in her own DMs. But in my opinion, the full context here makes her look worse.
It does. You can't say that these his sharing of this information is privileged because he worked for you. Like, so what? He signed an NDA. It wasn't covering anything before when he worked for you, and that was what he was sharing. It makes you look like you're hiding something.
These messages were provided to help clear a former collaborator's name of accusations brought against him by Blair. Here's the full context for those DMs. Blair sending a message at 11/10/2020, 8:57 p.m. Hey, are you still short on rent? Rent, no electric and phone. Yes, I am at -$2 right now. No idea what I'm gonna do for lunch tomorrow, but I'm at the fuck it, I'll figure it out phase of my life.
So this is, she knows that he's struggling. She brought it up, and so he's sharing it. He's not like asking her for money, right? She asked him if he's still short on rent. He said yes, and was telling her what's going on.
Blair, I have something for you, but it's a little tedious. I mean, my life is nothing but tedium, so I can do it. I need you to work with blank to help me find Click saying the R slur in Sad Milk's raw audio. I can do that. Let me get a shower and I'll be down. She claims he said it in a Sad Milk video, but I can't remember which one, and she's over her head with shit.
This is insane. I'll pay you money so you can find somebody saying the R slur. Even though we're still working together, I want you to dig up dirt on it. What the fuck?
I'll pay you $200 to find it. Yep, just hand me the files and I can get started. $200 will help quite a bit. The portion redacted here is a link to a Google Drive. There's that file and a file in the file. Most will have Discord calls, and I think it happened within the first 10 minutes. I'll check the whole recording to be sure, so I'm looking at all 4 folders. Just go into the published file. The very next day, Felix would receive payment from Blair for, quote, video review.
Video review. Wow. Wow, video review. That's what you call it, eh? That's I guess he was reviewing video. I don't know.
End quote. As a reminder, within Click's video, this was the screenshot originally shown. Now, the next few sections are nearly 50 points down the line and highly segregated as we enter into her claims of relief. The other skip points involve myself as well as Wonder, who was never formally served in this lawsuit. Starting with the 7th claim of relief, defamation per quad, as to defendant Felix. 108. Blair and Pyramid hereby incorporate the previous paragraphs by reference as though each were fully set forth therein. 109. On or about May 2nd, 2023, defendant Felix published a public Twitter X post from one of his Twitter X accounts, @FelixTheKitKat. Now, I believe this is a clerical error, as Felix did not tweet on any of the days surrounding May 2nd. I believe Blair is referring to this tweet in question, made November 23rd of 2023.
How do you make that clerical error? November and May are vastly different months.
110. This statement implies that Blair committed the tort of abuse of process, alleging A. an ulterior motive for the use of a judicial proceeding to retaliate for defendant Felix's post-employment actions, B. the willful use of legal proceedings in an improper matter, trying to force a default judgment without properly serving defendant Felix. C. Damages, an impending default judgment against defendant Felix. 111. These statements are false, and defendant Felix made the statement with negligent disregard for its falsity. Process server, redacted, signed a declaration that she served defendant Felix on September 26, 2023 at his place of abode, handing the required legal documents to an individual matching defendant Felix's physical description. Felix was never directly handed papers. Instead, the papers were delivered by mail.
So not only is she saying that he's making false statements, which he's not, she's saying that that he was served, like hand-served papers, which he wasn't, and that he knowingly made false statements, which he didn't. Like, she's just flat out lying.
To an address he lives 2 hours away from, at a claimed time while he was just getting off of work, 2 hours away from the stated address. The papers were never formally handed to Felix. Felix's sister found an envelope in the mail with regular US postage labeled to Felix on or around October 6th. This directly opposes the processor's claim of directly handing it to Felix.
So this is insane. So either Blair's lying or the process server is lying. I'm willing to bet that Blair is lying about the process server, and that Felix's sister was like, no, I found the envelope in the, like, it was just mailed to us.
What I find interesting is that this appeared in a mailbox with postage and was within a standard mailing period from September 26th. Yet, there are claims of this being handed directly to Felix. These papers would have been delivered to Felix's stepfather's home within the official legal filing September 27th, 2023 at 6:40 p.m. This address is not his usual place of abode, which is even distinguished, despite the redactions I've made, by not being the address given for Felix in the very lawsuit Blair filed. At the time of delivery, Felix would need to drive nearly 150 miles an hour directly after his shift at work to be at said address in time to receive the papers from said processor. While it's not much,
which he never received. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? He never received those papers. He risked getting like a speeding ticket, and he never got the papers.
Felix has provided me with screenshots of him speaking with his girlfriend about arriving home at 7 p.m. after work. To reiterate, Felix was never formally given papers, despite what the processor claims. Instead, they were mailed to his stepfather, and a proof of service filing was made. The argument of us theorizing that Blair was trying to get a default judgment against Felix comes from the fact that after the service attempt, nearly every day afterwards, Felix would check in with the Colorado courts for an official proof of service to be filed, so he could begin his legal battle. However, proof of service was not filed until after the time required for Felix to respond.
Which clearly shows that he was not hand-served these papers, because if he's calling and calling and calling and going, where are these papers, where are these papers, and then he files proof of service after the time allotted to respond, he's obviously not been handed the papers. They were obviously mailed.
When papers are served, a response is due within 21 days, but 35 days for out-of-state parties, within Colorado after service. So this would have been either October 31st or November 1st, depending on if the day of service counts towards the allotted time. Proof of service was not filed with the courts until November 17th, more than 2 weeks after, meaning that Felix would have defaulted. Even my lawyer was caught off guard by these actions. Plaintiff's attorneys filed a proof of service on Felix today. The service was back in September. Not sure why they're just filing the proof today. Felix's answer should have been filed by the end of October based on the service date.
Which means that means that Blair had the process server lie, which is crazy. That's just crazy to me. And unlike here in the States, you have to physically hand the person you are serving the paper. Up here, I can get away with leaving it with a third party. A third verified party. Or I can leave it in a verified mailbox. Okay. How much battery have I got here? Alright. That's
Allegation 112. Defendant Felix's statement caused special damages as evident by the fact that plaintiff's revenue from videos dropped by more than 95% after defendant's tweet/X was published, from $74,646 in the period of November 23, 2022, December 23, 2022, to $2,751.72 during that same period a year later.
When? I mean, I know that sucks for people who are making like a full-time living off of that, but like as somebody who's still trying to get monetized, That would be really nice to get $2,000 in a month from my channel. That would be great. Could that happen, please? I'm grinding away.
Blair is listing a drop of revenue from a specific date period and ignoring the fact that her revenue had begun to decline far before then. The official date, April 20th, 2023, is when we can see the first damage being done to her subscriber count. This is also the day she levied accusations against Legal Eagle. And then, of course, following her upload of the Illuminati exposed video, the viewership damage is fairly evident.
It's almost like her actions had direct consequences, and she doesn't want to admit it.
Especially in the following weeks where she saw a rapid decline. I find it to be personally dishonest to claim that Felix's GoFundMe tweet was responsible for the drop in revenue reported, as there had been a long-standing consistent drop of revenue for each month prior. Not to mention, of course, in that date range, this includes the H-Bomber Guy videos, which had a collective 23 million views between the two of them.
That's a lot of eyes on the Illuminati situation. No wonder she lost so many subscribers.
113. Blair suffered non-economic and special damages, as explained in paragraph 112 of the complaint, as a result of defendant Felix's publications in an amount to be proven at trial. I can only assume this is her talking about the general backlash and emotional turmoil this situation has thrown her into. Again, as I'm sure I'll be saying this thousands of times, if you send threats of any kind towards Blair, you're worse than her.
Even if they're not threats, even if they're just like, hey, I'm defending myself statements, you're apparently threatening her and you're a bad person.
Again, the damages Blair is suffering is of her own doing. The only reason any of us are in this position is because of the actions Blair initially took on April 20th, 2023. Eighth claim for relief. Defamation per quad as to defendant Felix. 114. Blair and Pyramid hereby incorporate the previous paragraphs by reference as though they were fully set forth therein. 115. On or about May 2nd, 2023, Mark Deck posted to his public YouTube account, The Click, a video titled Illuminati and Sad Milk, which contains screenshots from defendant Oz.
Yeah, get those pesky screenshots, god damn it. How come they're showing screenshots that are showing my guilt? Make them stop.
And Felix, intended for publication by Deck, available at YouTube link and timestamp. I also just want to add that Click's name is public. 116. The Illuminati and Sad Milk video displayed a redacted screenshot of a Discord conversation. 117. Upon information and belief, the relevant redacted portions obscured the username Felix the Kit Kat, the username of defendant Felix. 118. Upon information and belief, Click is Mark Dreck. It's actually Mark Deck, and he's pretty public with this. It's the name of his public music channel after all. 119. Blair asked Felix to find Mark Dreck saying the R-slur in Sad Milk's raw audio,
which she did before he actually worked for her as an employee, so anything that he did in quote treachery of her is not under the NDA.
120. Defendant Felix then asserts that Blair, though she publicly disapproves of the R-slur, uses it in private. 121. This statement carries a defamatory meaning because it implies that Blair is both a hypocrite and a bigot.
But she is. She is both a hypocrite and a bigot. And there's proof of it in several videos and screenshots. So I don't know why she's so upset.
Her words, not mine. 122. Defendant Felix published this statement with negligent disregard for its truthfulness because he concedes that he has no proof to substantiate his claim. In 2020, Blair had revealed to me that she had used a service to scrub her Twitter of all and any inappropriate or cancelable language that she may have tweeted.
Wait, there are services that can scrub your posts of like of mean, nasty words. Oh my god. That's pathetic. That's fucking pathetic.
Evidence of this can actually be found by the fact that there's a massive removal of tweets on a single day shown by her social blade. I had to purchase a Social Blade Premium subscription to get this data down to the day as shown. However, as I've come to learn, that service that Blair used to mass delete tweets doesn't scan media or screenshots.
Oh dear, Blair. Oh dear. Aren't you a little bit screwed now?
Blair famously went after Click for using the R word 14 years ago. Blair at one point has stated that the word has never been in her vocabulary and that even with 10 years of time, it's inexcusable that he would use this word, despite this being his second language and being the early 2010s, and America's cultural exports use this word frequently. Family Guy, South Park, Black Eyed Peas. Blair can be seen in this tweet using the exact word in question that she condemns and damns others for using, only 3 years prior to her stating, "That word was never in my vocabulary."
Oh look! Liar and hypocrite. Proven right there in a receipt. And you know what's crazy? That has to be a judge that has to go over all of this nonsense. All of this YouTube bullshit. All of this drama. All of this crap. Over fucking he stole my torn paper effect. And it's not even anybody that she's suing.
According to Blair, even 10 years is inexcusable. Link to the tweet below at the bottom of the description. One of the reasons Blair is suing Felix is for defamation because of a DM where he claimed that Blair has used the R word in private. Well, here she is using it in public as an insult. Now, personally, I'd like to keep the R word discourse out of it. The main focus here is the hypocrisy at play because it's plain as day. I actually think that Blair's lawyer put it best. Because implies that Blair is both a hypocrite and a bigot.
Hey, Blair's lawyer accidentally told the truth. Isn't that amazing? Oh my lord. Ow. Okay. What time is it? Oh shit. I need to get ready to go in 20 minutes. I think we're gonna have to save the last 27 minutes for tomorrow's, for the beginning of the stream. Cause I need to like get ready to meet my kids. Yeah, she never used it on Discord or anything in the last years. No, that's fucking retarded, right? I didn't realize it was 2:36. Holy fuck. Live 3 hours and 39 minutes. Holy shit. I've been live for almost 4 hours. Well, I did start at 11. Okay, so we are at timestamp 51:02. So 51:02 is our timestamp for this. So that's where we're gonna start off for tomorrow's stream. Whatever other videos that I find are going to come after, because I want to finish this up. But I'm fucking starving and I have 15 minutes to eat and leave. So... Oh, you told the kids to come straight home? Oh, okay. Then I will finish this up. I'm first gonna quickly, hold on, let me quickly do this for a second. And we should be okay. But if the kids are coming straight home, then that's fine.
123. Defendant Felix's statements caused special damages as evident by the fact that plaintiff's revenue from videos dropped by about 50% after defendant Felix's defamatory statements were published in the Illuminati and Sadmuk video from $37,981 in the period of May 2nd to June 1st, 2022 to $19,274.85 during that same period a year later.
Can I smack Blair for why? I went from making $40,000 to $20,000. That must be really nice to be able to monetize your channel and make $20,000 off of fucking YouTube videos. That must be amazing. I can't wait till that happens for me. Keep watching my shit. We're almost there.
24. Blair suffered non-economic and special damages as explained in paragraph 123 of the complaint as a result of defendant Felix's publications in an amount to be proved at trial. The economic damages in question, again, are not solely caused by Felix providing those screenshots. Blair is seemingly electing to avoid mentioning that at this time. There are far more factors at play. Thankfully, the timeline provided earlier helps cleanly spell this out for any parties watching who are unfamiliar. The only way that I can read Blair's current filings, in my view, is that Blair appears to be purposefully misleading the judge to try and paint the situation of her being unjustly attacked for no reason, and excluding any mention that she was in fact the initial aggressor.
Yeah, she's not presenting the timeline accurately. As soon as if Oz can accurately depict that she was at first, shooting her shot at Legal, and then spilling tea about Wonder and the Click and everything, and then they had to fight back, then it'll be pretty much a shot, like a surefire win for him, hopefully.
This brings me to the present where we are now. After Felix submitting a motion to dismiss, which argues that the lawsuit should be essentially tossed, the judge ruled in Blair's favor for the lawsuit to continue. Matt Katzter has some great videos diving into this and going over each party's arguments. I don't think we have the time to sit down and go through the nearly 20 plus pages of documents arguing case law in relation to this suit just for Felix. I will point out though, from what I could see, Felix's lawyer took the route of trying to argue the claims itself and the legal standing, as I'm unsure if at this phase of the suit if facts can be presented in argumentation of a case's legitimacy, as both defendant parties, mine included, have forgone including the nitty-gritty facts of the matter and instead focused on tackling the claims on their merit to stand on their own.
Which is probably the better way to go about it, instead of, making the judge slog through all this internet bullshit. Just point out the merits of the case and the timeline of it all.
And utilizing case law on the matter to challenge the arguments at play. However, it seems that Blair was able to eke out a temporary victory with her presentation of the claims. First and foremost, the judge is following procedure as his duties describe according to Colorado law, which outlines that plaintiffs be given, in my opinion for this specific case in question, an unreasonable amount of benefit of the doubt. Even if Blair has a fraction of a percent of a chance for her claims to prevail, the courts must hear them out beyond a motion to dismiss. This is my understanding of the law that the judge has put as his reasoning, which, while frustrating, I understand.
It's as long as she's got like any sort of possible reason to bring this, then they have to hear it, which it sucks, but that's the law. And I think if this timeline is accurately portrayed, the judge will see that this is ridiculous.
This is not the judge blatantly siding with Blair, this is him doing his job. As quoting, dismissing a complaint only if it appeared beyond a doubt that the plaintiff could prove no set of facts that would entitle him or her to relief, the trial court still accepts all allegations in the complaint as true and views them in the light most favorable to the plaintiff. However, facts pleaded as legal conclusions, i.e. boilerplate or conclusory allegations, such as those that merely repeat the statutory language, are no longer entitled to the presumption that they are true. They must be supported by specific factual allegations sufficient to raise the right to relief above the speculative level. Simply asserting a legal conclusion, bereft of any supporting factual allegations, does not state a plausible claim for relief.
So the judge is saying, you know, while we do have to entertain some like these claims, if there's any sort of speculation that they could be true, the plaintiff has to provide actual evidence. She can't just come to a legal conclusion and just say, you know, hey, I need compensation because I say this happened. So that's what the judge is saying.
Viewing the amended complaint in the light most favorable to the plaintiff, the court accepts that the portion of the YouTube video referenced in paragraph 63 and 64 of the complaint is the same as the one displayed via screenshots in paragraph 116 to 20, which has the same link. It shows Blair instructing her employee, Felix, to help me find Click, a former employee and now competing YouTuber, saying the R slur in Sad Milk's raw audio.
Now that's an important thing to mention, that Click is now a competing YouTuber and no longer a colleague. That is very important to mention and keep in mind.
And offering to pay him $200 to find it. Sad Milk is a YouTube channel created and managed by plaintiff Pyramid AMC Para 10. So, as we've discussed in a quick rundown, Felix was not an employee at the time. The work was not done for Pyramid. The income provided was a gift. The work was done for a separate LLC entirely, if she so chooses to argue that line of thought. Click was also never an employee. If he was, why isn't he being sued?
That's a good question. Why is Click not being sued, and Wonder and Oz are, and Felix is? Why are Felix, Wonder, and Oz being sued and not Click?
I'm going to show an excerpt from the second claim of relief, which mostly pertains to myself, which is why it isn't fully delved into earlier. However, it reads as follows. 73. Upon information and belief, defendant is in breach of these arguments by sharing screenshots of company communications with defendant Oz, intending that he used the screenshots as part of a campaign to damage plaintiff's reputation as stated above in paragraph 63, Illuminati and Sad Milk at 2413.
Where does she have proof that even was said? Use the screenshots to defame her? Like, how is that even a thing?
Defendant Felix has further established his intent to post additional content which will harm plaintiffs in a devastating manner. Blair within this lawsuit is specifically painting these communications as being directly related to company communications, when they were not. I also did not organize a defamation campaign against Blair. She threw the mud first.
Right. There's no proof that says that shows that Oz organized a defamation campaign. All he did was speak up after months of her flinging mud at not only him, but other colleagues.
The judge continues. Again, viewing the amended complaint in the light most favorable to the plaintiff, these allegations arguably state plausible claims for breach of both the NDA and the Felix Agreement. They arguably state a plausible claim for breach of the NDA in that they plausibly allege that Felix, without permission, shared with a third party Pyramid information about company operations, as well as information regarding an individual's involvement in Pyramid operations. They likewise arguably state a plausible claim for breach of the Felix Agreement. They allege that Felix, without permission, shared with a third party confidential information for the benefit of a third party. The confidential information disclosed is not, as Felix's counsel suggests, that Blair uses the R slur in private. That would be a private matter rather than the company business. Rather, the potentially actionable conduct by Felix was his disclosure of internal company messages and operations, namely that Blair is instructing her employee to find potentially damaging information about a competing YouTuber.
But he wasn't her employee at the time. And so that's something that the judge needs to take into consideration. That she wasn't hiring him at the time. She was just like, hey, I know you need help with rent. Do this shit for me.
Click that the information about internal company messages and operations was allegedly disclosed through co-defendant and fellow employee Oz to Click for use against Pyramid and Blair. I would like to reaffirm that Blair did state in points 120 and 121 that she uses it in private is a defamatory claim. It is my assumption that because of how much information is thrown around in the complaints, whether purposely or accidentally, has led to it being harder for all parties to follow her cattywampus timeline of misery.
This is true. Like, the way she's portraying this timeline and the way that she's like, you can't say that I say things in private. That's defamatory. You can't say that. Like, that is so just asinine to me.
Felix's lawyer, with everything else to argue, and from what I could see, did not assert Felix was not involved with Pyramid at this time. This is not a knock against Felix's counsel, only an observation to help explain more factors which would have left the judge to provide his ruling. Also, again, Felix provided evidence to counter a, in my opinion, false narrative Blair was spreading about a prior colleague. Felix reached out to me. Felix was slated for an interview in my original video, and I can only assume Blair pieced this together and would be paranoid about the information he had to tell, leading him to be directly included to the lawsuit as an attempt to muzzle him in what he had to say.
Yeah, don't you dare go in Oz's video or I'll sue you too, basically.
This is a personal theory of mine that I have come to due to the facts that are in front of me. If this were false, she could easily prove the public narrative.
I love how she had her lawyer write this up like it's some Fortune 500 fucking company. Yeah, I know! It's written so pretentiously. It's crazy how pretentious this is. Like she's some ridiculous, like oh, it's insane the way has this written up.
Wrong. Instead, she's opted to take the legal route in an attempt to use her finances to crush her opposition. What I also need to stress is that the video which Felix would have been a part of would have fallen into the category of a journalistic piece, no different than what she structures on her channel.
Oh, but see, you can't do what she does because that's wrong. Only she can do it, Oz. Don't you understand?
I suppose in her eyes it's fine when she puts others under the microscope, but not when others do the same to her, even for her actions outside of Pyramid, which wouldn't be covered under NDA. Blair instructing her employee to find potentially damaging information about a competing YouTuber, Click. That information about internal company messages and operations was allegedly disclosed through co-defendant and fellow employee Oz to Click for use against Pyramid and Blair. While disclosing such tardy information to a competitor may not be a violation of the Uniform Trade Secrets Act, it could plausibly be a violation of the agreements that Felix signed as it disclosed to a competitor the internal operations of a company whose business arguably involved trolling for clicks and bringing down its competitors.
Did she just say the Uniform Trade? Really? The Uniform... She went after a trade act? The lawyer actually mentioned a trade act. Holy shit. She took her notes from Elizabeth Holmes. Yeah. Yeah, she really did.
As the complaint alleges, large amounts of money were at stake. This shows that the judge is under the impression, due to the information that Blair provided, Felix was an employee at this time despite the evidence we discussed prior. The judge is under the impression that Click was a competing YouTuber. This is why I stressed his content type being comedy and memes, as well as him being a prior colleague of Blair's. Click is not a direct competitor and does not occupy the same space or venue of YouTube that Blair does.
No, saying that Click is a competing YouTuber with Blair is like saying that Blair is a competing YouTuber with Keemstar. Like,
in fact, Blair has done such a tremendous job at muddying the timeline and obfuscating her actions, it seems the judge is entirely unaware that Click's video was in self-defense against her.
And if that's the case, what she did is considered corporate espionage. Yup, that's true.
Accusations, and Felix was providing Click with documentation to defend his image from the heinous pedo-jacketing attempt that Blair had committed. Blair has successfully been able to rewrite history in the initial phases of this lawsuit to fit her narrative, and present herself as a YouTuber who was unjustly attacked out of nowhere by vindictive employees, when the reality is that Blair went on the attack with accusations so profoundly, in my opinion, fucking stupid, where, and I'm repetitive on this notion, not for the audience but for the legal reasons, she accused a lawyer of plagiarism.
Yeah, she accused a lawyer of plagiarism and then spilled a whole bunch of tea about former colleagues, all because she got upset. And now everybody's like punching back at her going, no, you dumb bitch. And her And her whole response is to sue.
H. Bomber Guy countered with her examples of plagiarism. While I cannot speak on the intentions of others, as I have stated, I spoke out to defend my prior colleagues as well as distance myself from Blair because I was receiving Discord messages and stream chats frantically asking, or in some cases demanding, that I make a statement on Illuminati, and if I supported her attacks on Legal Eagle because of my prior association with her. When people distanced themselves from Blair and spoke on their own personal experiences, she retorted with a 40-minute-long video full of accusations and ammunition that she had been holding on to for nearly 3 years.
Blair is that girlfriend that's like, when you're like, is everything okay? And she's like, yeah, I'm fine. And then like 5 years later, you're having a fight and she's like, do you remember 4 years ago when you said this? Well, I haven't forgotten. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Not just any lawyer, a lawyer that specializes in copyright. Yeah, literally, Legal Eagle specializes, he's a copyright lawyer.
As stated in the intro, the new GoFundMe being launched will be utilized to not only come to my legal aid, but all other parties in opposition to Blair. This of course includes Felix. His legal invoices will also be posted alongside mine as this case progresses. If Blair declines my offer in the outro, there will be more updates pertaining to this. Here we are. The outro per se. As I mentioned earlier, I'm making Blair an offer, publicly, to put an end to this. To any questions beforehand regarding the new GoFundMe, if Blair does accept this offer, I will be refunding it in full, as
you are a good person who doesn't feel the need to scam people out of money.
Only plan to utilize that funding if she decides the lawsuit will be moving forward. Because of this, however, this does mean that for the next month, I'm on the hook for my own legal bills, and as of today, this is going to be a rough month, as this one's out of pocket, so it looks like it's the mini-wheats diet for me. If this lawsuit continues, I know that on my end, I could be looking at anywhere from $4,000 to possibly $10,000 monthly.
Ouch. That is hard to realize that you're going to be putting that much money out per month just to defend yourself.
As seen by this invoice for the last 2 weeks. The reason for this potential settlement offer is that I'm not thrilled at the idea of spending a majority of my 20s, possibly the next 2 years, stuck in legal litigation in opposition to Blair. I just want to be able to live my life.
Right. That's valid. That is valid. And he should be allowed to just live his life. And so should Felix, and so should Wonder.
The stress from the lawsuit, the foreclosure, it feels nearly never ending, and I'm tired of waking up in the middle of the night, stressed with chest pain and dread. I'm tired of dreading every email notification. The legal system is exhausting. But while the legal and foreclosure stress have been very present and constant in my life, even with the foreclosure ending in December, it's not the only reason I'm considering this potential settlement agreement. In my personal life, there is an ongoing source of both grief and stress and factors that I'm still trying to process and have been unable to process because of everything going on around me. With keeping details sparse out of respect for my partner and with their approval, we've had to deal with the heartbreak of a miscarriage throughout all of this.
Oh no. Oh no, that's fucking awful. Not only are you dealing with losing your house and being sued by your ex-girlfriend and tons of dealing with debt and all of this shit that she piled on top of you, then you lose your baby. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Its occurrence was unexpected, and because of the day-to-day stress of the lawsuit, we've been unable to process, heal, and move forward from this loss. We've had to shelve these emotions and push forward, and it's been hard on both of us, and I just want the opportunity to heal with my partner in peace. And which is why I'm even considering giving Blair this settlement.
And I don't blame you, dude. I wouldn't want to give her the settlement. Like, my instinct would be, fuck you, I'm gonna take this to court and fight it, but dealing with that loss, just needing to process it, I don't blame you.
I ask that you respect my privacy of myself and my partner until such a time that we are comfortable making details known. I'm not doing this for Blair. I'm doing this for my partner and I's future. If Blair doesn't accept the following offer, let alone negotiate, so be it. I have no problem with continuing forward. I have no problem with continuing to pursue this until the end, as I do not fear the outcome of the case, especially after the judge's recent orders. More on that if/when part 2 is released. My settlement to you, Blair, would allow you to follow the morals that your channel has advocated for, or in your words, be dedicated to upholding your channel's values and delivering on your commitments.
Oh, nicely done, Oz. Nicely done.
Or, as this handy video you uploaded a week before you sent out cease and desist states.
When something as horrible as this happens, people always come out and admit fault and tell the horrifying truth of their continued negligence and malpractice, right? Yeah, you're right, that never happens. What am I thinking? Instead, they usually do their best to hide everything and blame anyone but themselves, and wouldn't you know it, that's exactly what happened here too.
Yeah, it is. You're right, Blair. Good job.
My settlement offer is for you to drop the lawsuit, for all parties involved. Even Wonder, with prejudice. I won't file counterclaims and would no longer be required to upload the second part to this video. And what do you get? A chance to prove your side of the story, or even take accountability for your actions. If you proceed with this lawsuit, by the time that it's done, especially with what's left of the judge's order, there would be no platform for you to return to, as you still need to answer for not just me, but for everyone else you've harmed on this platform. It would be difficult to return to a platform with a label that you hypocritically participated in the very business tactics that you've reported to be in opposition of for the past 4 years.
You literally named your company Pyramid Entertainment LLC. Pyramid Entertainment. How much of a fucking foreshadowing is that?
I'm offering you a chance to clear your name on a third-party neutral platform. Think of it as a conversation. Rather than use the corporate tactic of bullying those who speak out against you, why not prove you're different from them? You've previously stated that you feel as though you dumb down your language too much and you allow people to fill in the gaps that don't actually exist. So here's your chance. Prove everyone wrong. If you're interested in going the route of proving publicly why you're in the right, to argue for your platform's right to existence, a discussion where all topics would of course need to be known by both parties beforehand. A lawsuit that'll drag on for the next few years will not clear your name like you hope. If anything, it has only further damaged your reputation, Blair, especially because you're suing the two parties who have publicly said the least. And I know you know this. No PR firm in the world could save you if you continue this lawsuit.
No. There's literally nothing. The best thing for her to do is to take this offer and be like, you know what? I was really egotistical and stupid, and I got too big for my britches, and I engaged in the very same tactics that I called out. And I'm incredibly sorry to Wonder, to Click, to Felix, to Salty, to everybody. She might be able to save herself if she did that. She's not going to.
Even if you did win, from what I've seen, you would just be seen as a bully who abused the legal system. You could also use this opportunity that I would be giving you to take accountability. The rough outline that I'm proposing, and I am open to negotiations on these terms within reason. Plaintiff must dismiss all claims against all parties with prejudice once amicable terms are set forth. Plaintiff and myself will agree on a third party who we both independently trust to host a fair conversation. Their responsibility will be to ensure that each person is not spoken over and is given a chance to clear their mind. Plaintiffs may also take this time to take accountability for their actions instead if they wish. Legal fees of either party will not be sought out, and this will be taken for the loss that it is.
That's a fair... I think that's fair.
I can provide no personal guarantee in either circumstance that you Blair would be able to repair your public image or reputation. That is up to you.
Yep.
However, I am giving you the opportunity that your lawsuit will most certainly not. I would be open to additional terms being presented within reason. This settlement offer must be accepted, if at all, by a communication in writing delivered to my lawyer not later than the end of office hours June 7th, or it will be withdrawn without further notice.
June 7th? That's this Friday. That's this Friday, guys. No later than end of business day this Friday. Is what he's saying.
If my lawyer does not receive a response by the end of office hours on June 7th, I will assume that you've declined this offer, and I will proceed as planned with legal proceedings. We are open to negotiations within reason. I am only giving Blair this settlement offer because of the events which have occurred in my private life. If she declines, so be it. I have no qualms with proceeding with part 2.
God damn. Oz is done playing around. He's done. He doesn't, like, I know he doesn't want to keep going with this, but he will. And I'm glad that he's not giving Blair like weeks and weeks and weeks to decide. He's given her. This video came out, I think, yesterday. Let's check when this video came out. When did this come out? One day ago. Yeah, it came out yesterday. So he's given her 6 days to decide, 5 business days to decide whether or not she's going to take this offer. And I think that's a good thing. He's not giving her a super long amount of time. He's giving her a business week. And I think that's valid. And he's got more than enough right to want this to be done. But I can tell he just, if she doesn't end this, that he's ready to go all the way with it. So good luck to Oz and Felix and Wonder and everybody and Click. I would like to thank you guys for sticking with me for 4 goddamn hours. You guys are awesome. I'm gonna be back tonight for the combat hour. And we're gonna be doing some more fights with Tanya, and tomorrow Homelander drops, so we'll be checking him out and seeing what he can do. And I hope you guys had a good time. Have a wonderful rest of your afternoon. I will see you guys tonight for the combat hour and tomorrow for the coffee stream. Thanks for watching. Bye, guys.